What's up everybody, it's Lids and we're back for some more Mass Effect Andromeda multiplayer, taking requests from you all in chat when it comes to our characters, weapons, enemies, and arenas, and making all of the most obnoxious of sound, bumping the table and whatnot. Okay, you know what, we'll try this one again. What's up everybody, it's Lids, how's it going? We're back for some more Mass Effect Andromeda multiplayer, taking requests from you all when it comes to our characters, weapons, enemies, and arenas. We have a whole bunch of certainly mission funds. The credits, I mean, we're past our 2 million threshold that we like to reach, although to be honest we've been blowing way past that in weeks past, so maybe not quite as much on that end, at least this week, but we can certainly still open up some packs and see if we can pick up some half decent stuff. When it comes to those mission funds though, yes, now we do see the ultra rare weapon option. However, we are what is presumably 1 week away from reaching 10k mission funds, which means absolutely nothing other than just, you know, a random little factoid we can reference and have some fun with, I suppose. Just because at times we've asked ourselves, oh, how many mission funds have we gotten in the past? What's the highest number we've ever reached? But if we can reach 10k, then we can clearly say, okay, that is absolutely the highest number we've ever seen, and it's kind of fun, I guess. And we've waited so long to get this ultra rare weapons upgrade that, you know, I think we can wait one more week, so I think we hold off just a little bit longer. Then, of course, it's probably going to switch back to ultra rare character at that point, but alas, we'll see. But we can certainly spend some of those credits, so let's go with the Jumbo Premium Pack, see what we can pick up there. Last week felt underwhelming in terms of what we were able to get, and again, it was another week in which we deliberately did not spend our mission funds, so that might have had something to do with it, and it also was a week in which we had, I think, a little bit more credits than what we have today, but still less than what we've had in weeks prior, so that might have also had something to do with it. We get the Soned, okay, that very well may still be our lowest level ultra rare weapon, and it's up to 7, so I mean that's something. If that's the lowest we have still, then that means we should be pretty close to maxing out a whole bunch of stuff. I think that is certainly the case. Okay, Kineticist, get one more rank on her. Now, for what it's worth, I think for her, the ranks above just 10 are going to be some of the most significant, because that's where you start to get not just the full skill points. You get those once you get up to rank 10, but once you get above that, you get the, is it called, like veteran bonus or something like that? That gives you combo damage and I think melee damage and some other things. But most importantly for the Kineticist, combo damage, which is really important because obviously she's all about spamming combos. But kind of strange how in Andromeda it is really hard to scale power damage / combo damage. I think in part because, you know, we saw that on Gold, I think, if you do the pull plus, what is it, throw combo against basic enemies, which is her bread and butter, then almost every time the enemies are surviving with a tiny sliver of HP remaining. So on several occasions, I deliberately took power amps with the intention of giving us just enough damage to cross that threshold where we can consistently one-shot enemy, or two-shot enemies, I guess, with the pull plus throw combo, and it seemingly did not affect her damage at all. So I think the way that the combos are damage is calculated is a little bit different in Andromeda. It might just be that if you hit a combo, it completely negates and ignores any of the base damage from the skill itself and only deals damage from the combo itself, which is significant because that means scaling power damage directly with the power amps does not improve your damage when you are doing combos, seemingly, which would explain why that didn't help us when we were using those things on the Kineticist. So all that is to say, by getting additional ranks on the Kineticist, I think that is the only way that we can get enough damage that she can actually or two-shot enemies with that pull plus throw combo, and that will make a world of a difference, I would think. That will just make her so much more efficient. Is one rank going to be enough to make that big difference? I mean, it's not a lot of damage we need, but I imagine we probably need a little bit more than just 1 rank. But both the Duelist, as I've said many times before, definitely not my favorite of ultra rare characters. She was our lowest at ranking 1 at one point, though, but now she's certainly no longer that. Solarian Operator, I do like him. He's up to 12. That's not bad. That one's all consumables, though. I was about to say, even though we may not have had a ton of credits, at least we had gotten decent value out of the packs we did open, in some cases getting multiple ultra rare characters / weapons in a single pack, but that meant we were overdue for one that was going to give us nothing. But half decent given how many credits we had, how few credits we had for that. Let's take a look at what the dailies are today. It's Magma, it's Bronze. Oh. Okay, well maybe we can zoom through those then. Because that's, the Bronze waves at least, of course, are not particularly lucrative. What about... This is Dwindling Supplies. Okay, that's not bad. That's not bad. Let's just see if anyone's doing this right now. Because if so, we might want to jump on board while we can still field the team for it. If not, then we'll go over and do the dailies. Yeah. Just give people a second, see if there were a flood of people waiting for just anyone to create a lobby for this, but it doesn't look like it. Okay, so in that case, I'm half wondering if we, given how it's a Bronze for the daily, what was it? It was Magma? Magma Bronze, yeah. So what if we do Magma, we do Bronze. Presumably there are some people doing this. The dailies reset a little while ago, so there's a chance that everyone is done with it, especially since Bronze waves presumably are pretty quick and easy. But we could make this a solo, since that should be feasible if it's just Bronze. And if we are going to do it as a solo, then I mean obviously we could do it as the Huntress and take the paw and just steamroll through everything. But that kind of defeats the... I mean, it's not really a challenge in that case. The reason why we might want to make it a solo is perhaps that we could use this as an opportunity to test out a new weapon and actually have a chance to experience that weapon without having a whole bunch of other teammates who are just going to kill all the enemies before we can do all of our experimentation. So that's what I'm kind of wondering here, is what if we go... Let's see. Most of the stuff we've yet to try is in the sniper rifle category. We've not yet tried the Inferno. The base version is maxed out. We've not yet gotten any of the alternate versions, but it is a little bit tempting for sure. Any other ones? I mean, part of me feels like the longer we delay, the more we can improve this. And therefore, the more we will like it when we do eventually choose to take it. So what if we take something that is already maxed out here? Do we have any rares left? Ishare we've done. Lanat we've done. Right? That was the charge up one. That was sort of Kishak-like, if I remember correctly. The Ishare is hard-hitting, single shooting. Indra we've done. Shadow we've done a while back at this point. Vanquisher we have not done. I don't know what this one is all about. I am not sure I've ever tried it in the campaign, nor have I really seen other people using it in multiplayer. Versatile sniper rifle that packs a solid punch, but built by Nexus Exiles, highly modular, damage resistant, effectiveness unimpeded by sandstorm, snow, and other weather conditions. Okay, that tells us functionally nothing at all about the way that the weapon works. So that's not even remotely helpful. As for the statistics, though, what are we comparing this relative to? What is our current weapon that we have equipped? The Ishare? Okay, so obviously it's going to be hard for anything to beat that in terms of single shot damage. So shouldn't read too much into that being lower. How much lower is it, though? It's actually not that much lower. Clip size is 5. So it seems like it's hard hitting, but not quite as much so as the Ishare. However, you get multiple shots per clip, so it's a little bit of a less extreme version of the Ishare. is at least the impression I'm getting just from looking at the stats. Fire rate's a little bit faster, although fire rate is kind of insignificant for the Isha since you're reloading after every shot no matter what. Higher max ammo, understandably. Accuracy a little bit lower, but that's still high enough that presumably you can be pretty darn precise with it, and it's roughly the same weight. So yeah, that's at least my expectation going in. And I assume it's not a charge-up weapon or anything like that. So why don't we... Let's see. Damage, stability. So if we are shooting multiple times before we have to reload, then stability theoretically might make a bit of a difference. Fire rate also might as well. So a little reluctant to eke out the extra 10 damage at the cost of either of those stats. And I do like the piercing on snipers in particular, because oftentimes enemies will just hide behind cover a long distance away, and to be able to shoot them through that without having to reposition yourself is very convenient. Reduced weak point damage, reduced clip size. Both of those do matter. I think we once again just take the generic one without any downsides. Okay. And if we were to take another one, it looks like we would presumably start to face some penalties for the heavyweight. Okay. I think that's good then. We could throw on some boosters, but I kind of want to see the base version of this weapon unboosted, especially since, you know, we're on bronze, so theoretically, one would hope we're able to deal pretty decent damage here, even without getting the additional assistance from the boosters. Let's, especially if we're using a sniper, let's go with Ket, just because they have big heads, so should be easier to headshot them. I think that's probably what we want to go with. Okay. Oh, I suppose, like, yes, we are kind of planning to solo this one, but let's jump into Discord before I forget, because I probably will forget if I don't do it right now. Okay. There we are. Nice. So yeah, let's test this thing out. A bit of a trial by fire in that, you know, we have not used this before. I don't really know how it works outside of just peeking at the stats. And it's only us here. So if things go horribly wrong, then there is no one here to bail us out. Hopefully it won't come down to that. At the end of the day, it is just a bronze mission. Worst comes to worst, we might be able to melee our way through this thing if it were truly that bad. Of course, probably rather not resort to doing that, but we'll see. Okay. Scope, roughly the way we would expect sniper scope to be. And that's another reason why we took piercing. Okay, so it is hard enough to one-shot at least the basic enemies, even if it's not a headshot, on bronze. If you hit them, that is, of course. That's the key thing there. I'm not sure. That time we didn't on that Wraith. Don't know why that was. Might have been an unscoped shot, technically. Just kind of disorganized, quick shot after Wraith had snuck up on us. So yeah, I think this, technically, first impression, at least for the lower difficulties, would be better than the Isha, because you don't really need the damage that the Isha has when you can still one-shot most enemies.
Go get him.
Oops. Like, obviously, for some of the bigger, like, these are all just basic enemies. Certainly for those. The bosses, although there aren't very many of them. Even maybe some of the medium-level enemies. Like the cloaky dudes and the railgun dudes might start to make a little bit of difference, but those only start showing up, what, wave 3 and 4? So even that's not that extreme. It's just a whole lot of these types of enemies, for the most part. So I think you just have the benefit of the extra shots before you need to reload. Without too much of a downside, technically a little bit lighter. marginally so. How many shots is it exactly? It would help if it didn't interrupt me while I was reloading. Okay, it's 7 when we have this, oops, active, but that's because we've turbocharge active right now. I think it's usually 5 was it that we saw? Oops. So yeah, I mean, the better comparison, to be honest with you, is not the, oops. Better comparison, excuse me. Really wish that it zoomed in when I pressed the zoom in button, but better comparison is Black Widow. Obviously the damage is lower, but from the standpoint of
just 3 hostiles remaining.
Multiple shots per magazine, but in theory you want to hit hard enough that you can still take enemies out, at least basic enemies out, in one hit. I would be interested to see how the stats line up. Ooh, upload's gonna be a bit of a pain.
We detected mission critical data. Find the location and upload the intel.
Yep, a lot of enemies here. So we're gonna skip that one. Okay, this A is gonna be the hardest, I think. Might save that, yeah. Save the hardest for last, or try to get the hardest one done first, I don't know. Let's see, now those guys start showing up. A little bit. This is why. This is, if anyone was wondering, one of the many reasons, I've discussed many times, but one of the many reasons why I don't like sniper rifles. It's because when people get up in your face like that, and you're like, I can't shoot you unless I'm scoped, otherwise I get a huge damage penalty. But also, I can't move this thing quickly enough to shoot you without getting pummeled. The answer, of course, is to briefly unscope, to readjust and hit the target. But that's for people who are better at using snipers than I am. Okay. But yeah, another reason why I don't like sniper rifles sometimes is because it's very punishing if you try to shoot enemies, particularly in the head, and you miss, and you have to reload, and it takes an eternity to reload. So the fact that this has a fair number of shots before it needs to reload is actually a pretty big win, in my opinion. Does make taking enemies out a little bit faster, which does help in circumstances like this. There's the cover piercing, that's very useful, but does help in situations like this where we're soloing, because if enemies start to rush us down, then there's not... we can only kill the enemies so quickly with a sniper rifle. Now it's the difficult one, though. So this is where we're gonna start putting that to the test. Like, if they rush us down, it is not easy. Oops. Not easy to clear them out quickly. Of course, it does help when you hit. No, it does help when you hit, usually. I really wanted the head to be lined up perfectly with that little object. The roughly head-shaped object. Oh, I was gonna say, we killed one of them, and the circle did not turn green. Just a bit of a warning. And we can one-shot those guys if we headshot them. Trying to line up headshot there. Oh goodness. Oh goodness. Make it go away. Make it stop. Okay, well, kind of what we asked for, I suppose. As anticipated, that one was a little tricky in that last spot. That shot. Yeah, it feels like I haven't been doing a lot of just deliberately trying to line up headshots. Like firing more slowly with the intent of just making sure that it's a headshot. But it is a little more forgiving. Because as we saw in that one right there, second to last enemy, you can take a few shots, miss a few shots, and still have a chance to take them down before you have to reload, which makes a pretty big difference.
Hostiles en route. Clear the area.
Same cannot be said for something like the Ishure. Oh, wait. No! So close! Oh! I think it might have technically been a double headshot, which was the intention. But I think the reason why that enemy survived with a tiny sliver of health is because when we do get the piercing, we do get a little bit of a damage penalty. So my guess is that we have only just barely enough damage to one-shot those enemies with a headshot. So as soon as you start to factor in the damage reduction from shooting through cover, that's no longer the case. And by shooting through cover, technically, that also includes shooting through another enemy.
Get to cover.
As we saw there, we absolutely can one-shot them. When there is no cover to shoot through, at least. And yeah, this is the first wave with the minigun dudes, as you can see. That's also why I chose Ken, because their heads are ginormous.
Get to cover.
Famous last words, of course, as he then proceeds to miss 3 shots in a row.
Only one more. That hurt.
There we go.
Be ready.
We'll get some headshots when we can. I think we already got the gold headshots medal. Of course, again, easier, much easier when it's a solo, because the enemies are still the same enemies, yes, but just a little bit less of a rut. That was another opportunity for a double head, possibly even triple headshot, to be honest. But when the enemies are the same, of course, solo versus in a full group. The difference, however, now I just really want to get multiple headshots if possible. But the key difference is that you don't have teammates who are kind of racing you to take out enemies. So, at least for me, when I'm sniping, and again, this is probably because I'm bad with a sniper rifle and very self-conscious of my sniping capabilities, or inabilities, really, that I am very much thinking about, oh, well, yes, I want to shoot this guy in the head, but if I take too long to line up the headshot, then my teammate is just going to, like that, then my teammate is just going to take out the enemy before I can hit them, and rather than dealing any damage, I'm just going to get a whole lot of nothing. So I might as well just fire quickly, hit them wherever I hit them, and just settle for that. Because as we saw with the, what is it called, the Anointed that I shot back out there, you know, I missed the first 2 shots when I tried to hit him in the head, right around here. Missed the first 2 shots I shot when I tried to hit him in the head, then did get a headshot on the 3rd, but that's the kind of situation where if you have a team who's all trying to attack that one guy, then there's a decent chance that in your, while you have failed on a couple of occasions, you know, the time it takes you to fire a few more shots, that's all the time it takes for your teammates to take them out.
Like the pros we are.
So it's kind of like a, you know, don't let great be the enemy of good type of situation.
Enemies triangulating our nearest outpost. Find their sensor
Okay,
arrays.
it's already wave 6.
On it.
This is not a good idea.
Heads down.
This is, I repeat, not a good idea. I would just like to acknowledge the fact that I was aware that it was not a good idea as soon as I did it.
I'm reading a flat line.
What I meant by it's not a good idea was that it would have been better to have taken out the boss enemies first. Because the boss enemies were going to do things like what we saw happen to us. There's also not a ton of time to do those devices, so although I would have liked to have cleared out even more enemies there, I was not sure we were going to have a ton of time to make that happen. And I would have just shot them, but I had to resort to nuking for that same reason. Probably did have just barely enough time, but played it a little bit safe. Oh, also we need to reactivate
One problem gone.
this. Yeah, in bronze, the boss enemies never respawn. They only appear once per wave. They never respawn, so you can either try to ignore them, or oftentimes it's really better to take them out quickly, and then they just stop bothering you the rest of the wave, which for stuff like this is significant.
All enemy devices shut down. Good job.
That was the last one. Oh, we need one more. Okay. So this is a bad situation to be a sniper rifle user, because there are about 10 enemies in there, and we cannot take them out quickly enough.
Reload. Go get him. Only one more.
Oh.
Enemies down.
I was about to say, I did not think we had enough piercing to actually hit that guy, but I was gonna try anyway. But it worked. I am surprised.
Shuttle incoming. Get to the extraction zone.
Well, that was interesting. It wasn't a double headshot. I don't think either of them were headshots, to be honest, but the way the enemy went flying, that was bad. The way the enemy went flying was certainly fun. Okay, so here are both the bosses. Again, we kill them, they don't respawn. So it'll be kind of nice to take them out here. At the same time, there are also a lot of other enemies here, including ones that are directly on top of us, including ones that are directly on top of me that I cannot seemingly hit. No, stop doing that. That's very long range. Excuse me, sir. I'd like to hit the Ascendant behind you. Please stop doing that. Okay, well, at least the Fiend is permanently gone now. I'd like to have gotten the Ascendant. It's my original intention. Oh, that would be no. There are also enemies behind us right now. And this is gonna hurt. They really do seem particularly keen on clustering together. Oh, I thought the Ascendant just teleported behind us for a second. I've done plenty of solos before. Bronze solos, certainly, at least, and the occasional silver. But, they do not usually cluster this consistently. Alright, we need to go. Please stop shooting.
I'm reading a flat line.
Really? Really? Couldn't wait one more second for me to get behind cover here.
All targets down. Everyone standing. Drinks are on me.
Making me waste a gel like that? Lids, it was totally your fault. I mean, yeah, kinda. So yeah, overall first impressions of that weapon, pretty good. I mean, it's hard to really gauge what the damage is like on bronze. So I think that's the big question, is just how much of a damage downgrade is it relative to other snipers, because the other things about it are pretty decent. Like, we could even check. Oh, other way. I am curious. Relative to, let's look at Black Widow. Okay. It is a fairly sizable damage increase. Rate of fire a little bit better, accuracy a little bit better. Wait, that means... This means Black Widow is better, right? Not that the Vanquisher, whatever the one we're currently using, is better. Right? Because that'd be crazy if the Vanquisher had better stats in all these categories. I mean, it is really similar statistically. Like, you see, it's very similar rate of fire. identical clip size, similar max ammo, very similar accuracy, similar weight. The big difference, like the Black Widow is slightly better in those things, but that's barely noticeable. But the bigger difference maker is, of course, that damage, where it's, what is that? It's like 30% higher, 33% higher, right? Just to confirm. Oh, and that's with the extra damage mod on it. That's what gets it up a little bit above 1,500. Okay, so in truth, well, did we have mods on that Black Widow we were comparing it to? Because if not, then, okay, Black Widow has a little bit more damage than what we're seeing here. Okay, no, this does have damage mods. Yeah, so Black Widow is about, 30, a little more than 30% higher damage, it looks like. Which, certainly on the higher difficulties, you are going to start to notice that, no question. But it is kind of like a beginner's Black Widow. It's a rarity, so it's it's not like it's incredibly easy to acquire, but certainly easier than the Black Widow is. So yeah, I think we just give this another go for the daily, then we should be all set. And maybe we'll see if we can poke our head in, find anyone else doing the Plat Apex. If not, then we'll just go for whatever, see what we can get. So yeah, especially, I mean, I think that is a pretty decent way to look at it. It's kind of like a beginner's Black Widow. It's easier to acquire, lower damage, yes, that's the big difference, but otherwise, statistically quite similar, style-wise, very similar. And assuming that you are, for the most part, in the early stages of playing this game, gonna be playing mostly on the lower difficulties as you're still getting used to things, then certainly damage is still more than acceptable. It is fine. It's still good for bronze.
Get to cover.
So, I mean, we were, when we hit, again, being the key conditional there, but when we hit, we're always one-shotting basic enemies, regardless of where we hit them, as long as we're scoped in. And even the medium-sized enemies, if we hit them in the head, we're one-shotting them.
3 more to go.
I think is a good threshold to be at. And then for the boss enemies, the Fiend took several hits. I don't really think we were hitting in the head all that often there. The Ascendant, though, we one-shotted the orb, which is also a very good threshold to be at. And usually the Ascendant itself is fairly weak once you get the orb down, but generally speaking, when we were running into Ascendants in the previous match, it was a little bit hard to focus on them because we had a bunch of other enemies who were swarming us. So didn't get a great sense there. I'm kind of tempted to try going up there. Never done that for, well, I have done that before, but I've never deliberately set up shop there for a solo. I feel like if you're soloing as a sniping character, it's kind of fun. It does very much feel like a sniper's outpost. You do have decent line of sight for some areas of the map, but there are a couple of angles that enemies can use to flank you, and when they do, it is hard to see their approach. Don't have great angles on that, and when they do get up there, they are right on top of you. This is almost like a alternate version of that, with a worse line of sight. Do we have enough piercing for that? We do. But less prone to being flanked. He says as the enemy tries to flank him. That's okay. I saw him coming. It would help, again, if you hit the enemies who are trying to flank you.
Get to cover. Three more to go.
Did not think that was going to work. Surely this one. excuse me. I was trying to shoot that guy through the floor.
Watch out.
Oh, there we go.
Nice job, Apex. Keep it going. Like the pros.
What's up, JD? How's it going? I am currently just doing the dailies, which is bronze and this map, magma.
Marking first location on your HUD. On it.
So, well, I was right next to it. I chose to walk away from it. Great idea, Lids. But it's a bronze waves and waves on magma. And since it's bronze, and you know, bronze is comparatively, at least, pretty when you hit, pretty straightforward. Fair bit easier. He says as he's about to die because he misses every single shot that he takes. So figure this would be a decent time to try out a new weapon, and if we're gonna try out a new weapon, then might as well do a solo so that we can get a better feel for how much damage is coming from the weapon. So that's the situation we find ourselves in at the moment. We are currently doing bronze solos with a weapon that this is our second match with it now, but only just tried it out for the first time today. Probably gonna have to heal this. Unfortunately, they will not stop poking me.
Almost done. Artifact is secure.
Unless they leave me alone for a second here. A little bit? Not really. So yeah, I was just saying, once we finish this match, we'll be done with the dailies. So, might see if we can find enough people for the Platinum Apex after this, if possible. Because I've not done that yet. But if you're looking to hop in, should be able to get you in after this one. Right now it is set for private. So I was, as I said, trying to make this one a solo, but we are about halfway through. And it is bronze, so it theoretically shouldn't take too long. So yeah, this is the, what's it called? Vanquisher, I think?
Just 3 hostiles.
What's the weapon that we're trying?
Heads down. Lost my shield. Reload. We're tracking range.
Just done with your dailies, down for some Apex? Nice, okay. Sounds like our timing should work pretty well then.
Enemies incoming. Clear this position.
Whoa, hello friends. I'm actually surprised that guy did not get hit by the first shot because he was right on top of the initial dude that I was aiming for. Okay. I definitely feel like one of those did hit. I will own up when I miss, because I miss a lot, like that. There were times that, okay, wait, hold on. I wanted it. I wanted the double headshot. Oh, wait. Come on. Poke your head up. Poke your head up, guy behind him. Fine, and then as soon as I shoot the guy, the other person pokes his head up directly behind. It's like they don't want me to shoot 2 of them at the same time in the head. I can't imagine why that might be. It's like they don't appreciate when we shoot them in the face. It was this guy, I think. Okay, granted, it would. Okay, this was a bad idea. Also, did I just not activate that for the entire match? Or did we go down at one point and then I forgot to reactivate it? I don't know. It's active now, the Fortify. That was a time when it actually did make a difference. Shooting for the head versus not shooting for the head. I'm not sure I've ever been up there before. I think that is the first time I've done that. And it was unintentional at that. It would help if I hit you. Please wait your turn. Sir. Sir, I'm gonna have to... Sir, I have to ask you to wait your turn, please.
Reload. We're tracking reinforcements. Like the pros we are.
One of the silver apex is all about the sniper bonuses today.
Enemies incoming.
Okay, I mean,
Move out.
mostly just testing this out right now.
Heads down.
You know, silver apex. Honestly, I usually just bring a strike team for that. What the hell? Usually I just put a strike team on that mission since it is strike teamable. That was weird the way they just stood there for a second. So there you see. One shot the Ascendant. At least with the orb.
Heads down.
And I think they killed it. Not entirely sure. Took a few shots to make it happen, but I think by the time we went through the rest of the magazine, it would. Okay. It's a little strange. Okay. Just patiently, go one at a time. Oh.
3 left. Go get them.
Can we shoot that? Oh, we can. I did not think we had enough to do that. I think that we established before that the amount of piercing you get from the sniping piercing mod is actually a little bit more than the amount that you get from the other ones. I think it's a little bit over a meter. It's like 1.1 meter with this one. That's pretty significant. We just shot
Object of
through
interest detected in the mission
that.
area. Find and return to drop point. On it.
Okay, this is pizza. That's good. This is the easiest. For what it's worth, if you are truly trying to farm the achievements or challenges,
Artifact is secure.
better term for it, for the various weapons, the best way to do it is certainly with solos, because then you're the one who's getting all the points for taking out the enemies, since there are a finite number of enemies for the most part. But the one time where you can make it so there are an infinite number of enemies, at least temporarily, is in the objectives. The enemies will continue to respawn until you finish the objective. Easiest one to do that for is pizza, where you deliver the first 3 pizzas just for the sake of making it so you don't have a ton to do. But then rather than delivering the 4th and final pizza, you just hold on to it, and in the meantime, like right now, we have
Almost done.
3.5 minutes
Artifact is secure.
to just take out as many enemies as we can. And they will respawn. So if you really want to farm up points on a weapon, then this is kind of how you do it. As I was kind of saying there when we were talking about the whole silver apex, and get that. I'm not necessarily trying to really farm this weapon right now, as much as just get first initial feel for what it feels like. Use it. Please don't duck like that. Thank you. That is, yep, a fiend directly behind us. Just about to try to smash our face into the pavement. So the fiends and the ascendants, those will not respawn. That does remain true, even for the objective waves, which is nice, because they are, of course. Okay, so you can 2-shot the ascendants once the orb is down, but it is nice when they're gone because they're, of course, the most threatening of enemies. So it's more straightforward farming if you do truly want to farm once those guys are down. It really helps if I can reload so I can actually shoot you in the face. So again, like, we could deliver this whenever we want and end this wave. We want to do this. It's almost a really nice string of headshots, although I mess it up at the last second. I see you, Mr. Anointed. We have enough piercing. You are not hiding behind cover, even if you think you are. You are still shootable. Perhaps that doesn't hit you. Oh, there we go.
Watch out.
It definitely is somewhat... Well, there's a grenade on top of us right now. There's that. Oh, there's a wraith as well.
Head down.
Is that another one? That was another one.
Head down.
So obviously you can do this for a little bit, but you do need to make sure that you deliver the final pizza, otherwise you fail. Which is why I made sure we delivered the first 3 before I started just hanging out here. I don't like when the wraiths come in groups of 2. Greatly prefer if they just go 1 at a time.
Incoming fire.
So obviously by doing this, you're also going to reduce the number of stars that you get, but it really doesn't do anything. So it doesn't really matter.
Get to cover.
Should have checked. I mean, I didn't really, as I said, I didn't anticipate that we were going to do this at all. So, didn't check, right now we need to go, didn't check how many points we had on this weapon before we started this match, so won't know exactly how many we got from doing that, but I can tell you from previous times when I've, yes, made a point of farming up weapon points, that if you get one wave, one objective that is pizza, and you do make a point of doing what we just did, delaying the final delivery in order to get more points, more kills, you can usually get about, that was almost all the enemies lining up, but you can get about 20,000. A little more, a little less, you know, give or take. That's sort of the ballpark. And if you don't get a pizza that you can farm like that, then obviously it is less, let's say, and it depends which objectives you get, because devices is probably the worst since it has so little time to do the objective. You pretty much just need to race to the device and can't really get many additional points at all from that. So, you know, it varies. If you do get a devices, then it's probably going to be lower. But if you get a long hack or upload, then it might start to get a little bit closer to the pizza one, the number of points you can get from pizza. Can be shooting faster here, to be honest. And, you know, I really don't want to be here, but my character insists on reloading. This is also a terrible place to be. Alright, well, here's our sniper's outpost that I'm immediately abandoning. There are a lot of people here. Still. Yeah, hit him. Siphon helping us a bit here. But, go back to this spot. As soon as we get here, all is right with the world. We can have peace again. And by peace, I mean we can go back to murdering all these cats. Oh, I really wanted to shoot that guy as he was on his way down. Okay, we are going to move fairly far away. Here, parting grenade.
Team secure.
Okay.
Good work.
We scored more points in that one, which I know we finished with about 35,000 in the previous one, I think. And, you know, there's various factors that make it mostly the objective that makes it a little bit hard to know how much of a difference that was from a pure weapon points standpoint. But yeah, that's probably at least a decent sense of it's, you know, 5-ish thousand-ish, maybe. More points we got with the weapon when we spam the pizza stuff. Or by spam the pizza stuff, I mean deliberately not deliver the pizza so we can spam getting other types of kills. But anyways, we should be done now with, yes, both of the dailies. So we are fine from that standpoint. And if anyone would like to jump in, we were talking about maybe doing Plat Apex, which is dwindling supplies, 0 Ket. That's not too bad. We were looking for a team that was already doing that earlier, couldn't find one. So then we just went off and did our solo stuff for the daily. I mean, it might be worth taking a quick check, see if anyone is doing it now. Okay, but still no one doing it. Right. So in that case, I mean, if anyone is interested in getting in here, I mean, we could do whatever. I would like to, at some point in time today, do the Plat Apex, but by no means does it need to be right this very moment. So if people are interested in the Plat Apex, we can go that route. If people want to do something else, that's also totally fine. Still in the early stages today, so I'm open for whatever. We did, of course, just try a new weapon. We could potentially still try a few more new ones. I would like to, speaking of sort of keeping track of exactly how many points you get with weapons, I have yet to do a perfectly calculated test to see exactly how many points you get from weapons from a single match, which I would like to do at some point in order to hopefully inform how to most efficiently complete the biotic mastery, combat mastery, and tech mastery dailies, because things like, you know, the sniper rifle kills medal, does that contribute toward those types of points? Not sure. So that's the kind of stuff that at some point in time I would like to confirm, or at least test out, and that kind of requires that we can test now, or we can look now, I suppose. Kind of requires that you have a weapon that you have yet to max out, because... Wow. Hey, we got 38% from just 2 matches. So yeah, almost 20% per match on average. But again, I imagine it was that second one that we just did where we got a fair bit more than the first one because we had that pizza objective. Okay, JD is down and Kahoota theoretically is online as well. Let's see, this is true. I'm just gonna... JD knows this is coming, but we'll just see if we can snipe Kahoota out of nowhere. Maybe I'll try to message. Send a message so there is some context. Let me at least go up for the... Oh, it would help if I spelled correctly. Up for the Plat Apex question mark. Let's see, and I am in Discord. If you would like to jump in, JD, just let me know. Let me see. We were in a private lobby before. Is this still private? It is public right now. Maybe we'll make it private for a second in case Kahoota or someone else wants to get in. We can reserve those slots, and if we do not have someone else, then we can open it back up to public and hopefully get 1 or 2 more people. In the meantime, I will probably switch to a Huntress, Oh, for a second there, my game kind of froze. It's a little alarming, but okay. This is the one that does have ammo and grenades from the ammo boxes, but it doesn't replenish. So you need to be a little bit careful on that front. So probably does warrant throwing on one of those. Let's see. No sign of Kahukta. At this point, the invite certainly is no longer popping up. Let's see if there's any response. There was not. My guess is probably mid-match right now, since this was an unprompted invite. I may not have seen it coming. So alright, why don't let's make this public for a little bit here. See if we happen to get other people in who are looking to do the Plat Apex, and maybe we can run with them. Then we'll have a better feel for what we're working with here. Okay. I did get one. Okay, now that being said, I am going to make it private. Now, we at least have 3, but in case Kahukta does come in and say, yes, I would like to claim that 4th spot, we at least do have 1 more place where we can make that happen. And let me double check. JD, are you in Discord? You are. Okay, let me get you. Let me get you. All right, there we go. Oh, I am muted and deafened on Discord. That doesn't help. There we go. All right, how's it going, JD? All right, so let's see. We could go with the 3 of us. I mean, at this point, obviously no response from Kahukta, and clearly Kahukta is not in this lobby at the moment either. So, maybe we make it public. It's possible for Kahukta to come in as the 4th and final person. If not, then we'll either run with us 3 or some random person will take that last spot. But I think we can make this work. I've done some higher difficulty matches with this We Go Hard person. Which, if, you know, well, I have done matches with them. Let's just say, I won't speak ill of their playing capabilities, but it could be helpful if we were to have a 4th person. Let me frame it that way. Okay, resist the urge to immediately spam the stealth grid button. There are a finite number of stealth grids available.
Clear the area and lock it down.
So honestly, that's the biggest difference. It's not so much that well, I guess this sort of indirectly, it does influence the approach that I take. But I know I can't spam stealth grid as much as I usually do, because I very much do spam stealth grid under normal circumstances.
Shields down.
I miss. Also, ow.
Member down.
Mistakes were made. I may have assumed I was gonna kill that enemy before they killed me. Or I am gonna have to jail this, because otherwise... So. And perfect example of that is a situation which I probably could have avoided death if I were to use a stealth grid. But as I was just saying, I don't stealth grid as much. Ow! I don't stealth grid as much when I know that there's a finite number. Okay, well, tell you what. I'll tell you something else we have a finite number of: gels. So I will start to stealth grid a little bit more in order to try to stay alive. Make more meaningful contributions without dying. Oh. Go away, Pariah.
I'm reading a flat line.
Uh-oh. Nope, stop doing that.
Just 3 hostiles remaining.
2 gels down. No problem. Everything is fine. Okay, devices shouldn't be
Enemies
too
triangulating our
bad,
nearest
though.
outpost. Find their sensor arrays and get them broken.
Okay, saving stealth grid on that one. Really? Is that finding that balance? Uh-oh. JD, you're in a nasty spot here. Finding that balance between the safe approach of stealth gridding
One device down.
and the conservative from a stealth grid preservation standpoint approach of using stealth grid to go invisible. Oh, but our teammate has stealth grid as well.
Nearly through.
Oh, I did not think I got that before I got stunned.
I'm reading a flat line. All enemy devices shut down. Good job.
I'm on my way, JD. Theoretically.
Almost there.
Oh, we got a 4th. Nice. They are an Asari of some variety? I don't think that's a Huntress. I'm on my way over, so are they? Uh-oh. Uh-oh, that's also not good.
Hold on. Nice day.
Played some games with this person, or at least I recognize their name. I can't remember how they went. Uh-oh. Oh, it's a Asari Adept. Does they have the Annihilation going?
Next one's on me.
That was a dramatic sound effect. That's not good. What the heck? JD, the way in which that Ascendant grabbed you was a little strange, as I'm sure you probably noticed. I don't need to tell you that. It kind of teleported the Ascendant while it was in the act of sync killing you, and even after it started to grab you, continued to teleport around a bit. It was very odd.
Look at the Ascendant.
Okay. Excuse me, sir. There we go. Yeah. Get rid of that Ascendant? Yeah, probably. Uh-oh. Now, well, there are other people shooting us, though. The Ascendant can wait, right? Then again, I don't really want to attack that Berserker.
Who needs shields anyway?
Alright, now the Ascendant. It does help when it kind of just T-poses there. It does tend to make it a little bit easier.
Who needs shields anyway?
Teammate injured. I'm reading a flat line.
Uh-oh. Hold on, where... Did we lose our... Oh, we lost... Okay. We lost our 4th person. I was like, well, there should still be one other person up right now. Surely they will come to save us. Then I realized, well, they don't seem to be anywhere over here. I wonder where they went. Oh, right. No, they aren't here anymore. They left altogether. Good thing that we at least confirmed. Otherwise, we would have been waiting quite a long time. Uh-oh. Is this the same ascendant that we've just delayed killing over and over again, and is probably on 1 health right now?
3 more to go.
Shields down.
Oh, well, the person who abandoned us has returned, for whatever that's worth. Yeah, that is this. He was on 1 health. Oh! Oops. Jump off the edge of the map while we're at it. Whoa. That was interesting. Target. Oh, okay. Please go away, Ascend. Ow. No! Oh, okay, you're right there. Thank you, JD. Here's the target. This one didn't hide from us. Oh no, he healed right as he was about to die. Of course. Of course. There we go. Ow, I don't like this spot anymore. I don't like this spot. Oh dear. Ah. Oh, now 3 of us are gone. Did the other person choose to leave at this moment? No, okay, they are still here. Thank you. Oh dear. Okay. One moment. This is, am I reviving you right now? I'm not really sure. It's a little hard to see anything right now. Ascendants right next to each other. Also, is that? There we go. Oh. Excuse me? Please do not fire your weapons straight at me. Here. Kinda just trying to ignore it. And that blaze hugger's kinda nasty as well. Run, JD! Oh, did I cloak you? I tried to cloak you. I think I failed. Gotcha. I'm close to going down myself. They did not ignore me. Spoiler alert. Decent angle, though, defensively. I think they kind of sniped me. Thank you. There isn't that much over here. Look out. Incoming missiles. Nope, I didn't throw that straight from the wall. Yeah, I'm gonna get away from that behemoth. Maybe go revive.
Got your six.
It's the kind of thing that I would not hesitate to do. That double club. Not hesitate to do in a normal match, but the limited supply, in this case, oh no. Can I afford to do it? Should be fine at this point, I think. Think we're far enough along, we should be okay there. Okay. You, however, are much better targets. Is this one that... Ooh, yep. Still has a little bit of stuffs. Okay, I think we're just about at the end. Okay. Ooh. Yikes. Ah, darn, we got... Okay, A is gonna be the hardest one. I'm gonna try to take it. But... this spot is nasty. No, please don't shoot here. Go down somewhere else. Don't try to shoot from here. Find a different spot. No, not a berserker. Not a berserker. That's not good. Shooting it. That's not where I go. No one was over there. Forcing this. Not a good idea for the most part. And this time, other people are going to show up. Like Ascendant, who is also going to be very hard to get rid of. It's Ascendant to go away, and the best way to do that is realistically to do this. No, Ascendant! Run away. Run away. You're much easier to deal with. Don't shoot while you're up here. Just play it cool. Just play it cool. Oh, who did it? Oh no, not a. Uh oh. Right as we were about to. Okay, wait. Run away, Behemoth. No, I did. Please go away as well. There we go. Okay. I was gonna say, all it takes is one super tanky enemy to show up at the very end to ruin everything, but in the grand scheme of things, not too bad that time around, given how we got in such a terrible spot. sir. I was trying to sharpshooter. Not you. Now we can just chill over here. Double ascended here. Coming in. Ooh, sneaky ascent. Another sneaky ascent. Okay, beam's down. It will respawn, but it was an annoying one. Oh no, I can get up there. Casually waltz on past the Hydra. Don't worry, I got him, JD. I got him. That behemoth, on the other hand, I do not have. Try to get the revive. Oh, never mind. Not loving that right now. Okay. There is an Atler Hydra that is landing on top of you, but with the power of Stealth Grid, anything is possible. Okay, 20 seconds. Just gonna try to make a mad dash to get them. Alright, everybody disappear! Oh no, not now. Not now! Is that everyone? I think that was everyone. Did we get the full extraction? Because I think we did. Nice. Nice. Alright. Well, that's the Plat Apex. What's up, Fem? How's it going? How are you? We have one person in from chat, JD here. The other two are just randoms. So if you'd like to hop in, you're welcome to join us. We just finished the Platinum Apex, and we don't necessarily have anything in line for the next one. We could stick on Plat. If so, I mean, we could go to unknown. Oh, no worries, Fem. Yeah, I hope you... Ooh, yeah, I guess rest is always the answer? I don't know. Or at least the easy answer. As for whether it makes much of a difference, well, at least I hope it does. Oh, gotcha, okay. Okay, well now, if we're not going Apex, I mean, you could actually make a case for farming this Apex, because it does give us a little bit more XP and a little bit more monies as well. It is obviously a little bit more difficult, but it's not out of the question. If we aren't doing the Apex and just doing a normal mission, then we can get a little bit greedier with how we set up our consumables. And JD, if you're trying to level up a Huntress, then maybe we do a normal plat here to make it a little more straightforward. Hopefully get you a level or two from this one, and then that might make it a little bit easier if we do want to go back to Apex farming. Let's see. How's the rest of the team looking? You on the Huntress, Insurgent, the other person was going with the Adept in the previous one. Okay. Yeah, and this We Go Hard person was doing the Angar Avenger last time, so we had 2 stealth critters, and we will have 2 stealth critters. Just a Huntress rather than the Avenger in that second spot. Oh man, sorry to hear that, fam. Hopefully the chiropractor works out well for you then. Must say, I am also there are those I know who are critical of the role that chiropractors play, because I guess to some people it's, you know, it's not technically being a doctor or what have you. Or I don't actually know, like, when, like, do you have to be acquire a doctorate degree to become a chiropractor? I'm honestly not sure. But point being, I know there are some people who kind of criticize the act of chiropraxy or whatever you call it. But I myself have partaken of the chiropracting stuffs, because I threw out my back several years ago at this point, and back injuries are kind of notorious for not really ever getting much better. So it has definitely helped me in the past, going to the chiropractor. Controversial statement. Yeah, I'm with you. So part of me feels like the people who are quick to criticize are perhaps people who've just not tried it out for themselves. Alright. So now we have normal... Oh, did we just drop it? No, we have 4. Oh, they just ran off. Okay. Yeah, now we have a normal plat.
I'm gonna get ya.
Where's the enemy? I didn't even realize. Outlaw? Okay. Don't love that part. Let's ignore the Berserker. Now we can go back to just spamming the stealth crit button. Perfect. Just the way I like it.
Shields down.
Go way out. Go. Oh, that was very close, that Audi grabbing us. So you know if you're anywhere near those Audis, it will interrupt any and everything. Those Audi grabs take priority over everything else. Okay, I am on my way, but there's hold on. Not sure who went down. Okay, what the heck just happened? Okay, I'm sorry. I've revived 1. I'm getting you. And third person, I think, had to gel, cause something funky happened when I was going for that first revive. It slowed me down. no longer left.
Objects of interest detected in the mission area. Find and return to drop.
I am happy to pizza it up, although it looks like someone else might be able to it on this one. Maybe not. Races on. Okay, there's a lot of friends over there.
Got the drop.
Pay no mind to the cloaked huntress. There's nothing to see here.
Teammate injured.
I can get them in a second.
Nearly through. Got the drop.
Oh, for some reason I thought that was the last one though. Oh, they're up there. I
Squad
mean,
member down.
okay. I can potentially get them on my way back. Oh, well, apparently that wasn't quite going to be fast enough then.
All objects accounted for. Objective complete.
Don't hide from me.
Let's get out of here. Shields down.
It's a lot of observers up there, it seems like.
Teammate injured.
You? Are you dead? You are dead. Weird. Where's the way out? Okay, there we go. Hydra. Server.
Just 3 hostiles remaining.
It's like a couple of berserkers is all that's left. Oh, not gonna lie, I just thought one of our teammates thought that guy was a saboteur. It's like, oh, I guess there is one more enemy. It's not just berserkers after all.
I'm reading a flat line.
Where are they? Oh, this is the answer. Oh my goodness, I did not hit anything.
Teammate injured.
On my way, although it looks like someone else is gonna get the revive. Oh. Thought I heard some things behind me. Turns out, yes, that is absolutely the case. Keep going, Berserker. My quarrel is not with you.
Look out.
Hello. I appreciate how you waited to show up until just after I killed the previous enemy. It's very considerate of you. You waited your turn patiently.
Shields down.
It's a rare sight to see.
3 left. Go get him. Good. Stay sharp.
Noise. what's that 1-2 I'm doing? The basically the whole strategy is priming with ammo. Disruptor ammo is crucial. It is 100% the name of the game because it actually primes more quickly than the other ammo types do. So basically my whole strategy is shoot enemies just long enough that they are primed for a tech combo, and then as soon as they are, it's either throw or lance, basically just alternating between the two of those, whichever one is optimal. And I did not need to shoot. And then as soon as I've done that, for the most part, cloaking, so I can safely move to the next group, which is why I am definitely a stealth grid spammer. That's the gist of it. It is quite simple in theory. Just prime with ammo and detonate as soon as the enemies are ready to go, and usually the telltale sign is it's right when they get stunned. Granted, teammate just did an ability that stunned that enemy, but that's kind of your easy visual tell. So you get a bit of a feel for the rhythm of it. You know exactly how long do I need to start shooting the enemy before they'll go boom. It does work much better against some enemies than others. Notably, berserkers, it does not work very well against.
Squad member down.
Because they're, I mean, obviously they're just incredibly tanky to begin with, but their armor, I feel like the paw does not do as much damage against armor, certainly not relative to shields. And then disruptor ammo also deals better damage to shields than it does to armor. So basically, berserkers are just our greatest weakness in many ways. They also love to hang out in the hacks like this and uploads and what have you, which just makes our life kind of a nightmare. Which is why, for the most part, I run around trying to avoid berserkers and instead focus on enemies that either have just life bars or have shields plus life. And that's basically the whole plan. But times like these where the berserkers just hang out and don't want to leave, it's annoying. Also, how's it going, Fig Newton? How are you? How are you? This is not ideal. Once again, shot when I did not need to shoot. So yeah, having a teammate with fire skill of some variety, or fire ammo even, to prime the berserkers and other armored enemies for fire explosions is definitely helpful. Okay, we are actually at risk of losing this right now. Okay, hold on. I need to think a little more critically about this. Okay, so you're going. You are fine. It's like Anointed. Easy enemy, because they have shields, and we are totally fine dealing damage to shields. Armor, on the other hand, not great. It's going to take us a while to get rid of this Hydra. There's a bit of a risk engaging with it. Kind of just betting that we can do that before it goes down. Saboteurs, they do have armor. So they are annoying from that standpoint, but they're considerably weaker. Considerably less tanky than the Berserkers. They're usually not as big of a deal. They're also easier to stun. This is not going particularly well. Once again, not going particularly well. Okay.
Thank you.
It's a single Berserker can spell doom for a hack. And as you can see, there are several of them that really want to hang out. Oh, wow. Okay, we've actually lost this mission at this point. I don't think this is not salvageable at this point.
Hold on.
I admittedly could have been a little more proactive, recognizing that this was going south before we ran out of time. But I just kind of did a little bit too much trying to brute force it. What's up, Makov? How's it going? As you can see, we totally just succeeded at a random plat mission, and we definitely were talking about how normal plat missions are considerably harder than the plat Apex, but we fought through that, and we got the job done anyway. As you can see, definitely did not fail there. Okay. And partially it's just, I mean, that's also why I immediately upon seeing that it was outlaw had a sigh of discontent, because all those enemies that I was saying causes problems, most notably the berserkers, are outlaw enemies. But we do have room. We certainly now have room after the random people fled the scene of the crime. So yeah, sometimes if berserkers just choose to camp out in the hack, there's not a lot you can do. It's kind of one of those things where it's like, well, the game decided that we lose. I could have probably still done a better job of kiting them away. If I'd done that early enough, we might have still had enough time to get the job done, but alas. Oh well, we'll get him next time. Alright, Makov is in. Is interested, so let's get him in. And we theoretically should have room for one more if anyone else does want to go. I know Fem said not today, no worries. So we could go for us 3, we could get a 4th in if someone else is interested, or we could open it back up to the pugs. Yeah, you know, the outlaws do annoy me. They do, those berserkers do honestly annoy me at times, especially when they do hang out and hack like that. But on that occasion, I can acknowledge that was at least partially my fault for not being as I guess if you want to call it proactive, or at least not as aggressive with dealing with them as I could have been, or creative as I could have been. So I will take at least some of the fault for that one. Okay, let me see if Makov is in Discord. Yup. Okay, let me get you in here. Hey Makov, how's it going? How are you?
Hello.
Definitely did not arrive right as we were failing a mission. That is not what you saw.
Well, I saw you were having a party with some berserkers.
Yeah, exactly. We decided that, you know, enough of all this violence. What if we just decided to not even talk it out? How about dance it out and party it up with the enemies?
A dance off.
Exactly. Unfortunately, though, the berserkers actually won this dance off. So there was that.
Okay.
All right. Well, yeah.
Is it platinum? Okay, I see.
Yeah, we were, we just did the Plat Apex. We were just doing a normal Plat. But if you still need the Plat Apex, we could go back to that, or if there's anything else in particular you need. The daily today is bronze and magma, so I did finish that earlier. I would prefer not to have to go back to doing bronzes, because I feel like when we have a full group, we might as well go for something at least a little more ambitious than that, if that's okay with you.
Yeah. Well, I can even solo
Yeah,
the
you could totally do that. No worries. Okay. Do I need to...
Send me an invite?
Yeah, let me get you another invite here.
Okay, I'm here.
Awesome. All right, so yeah, let me know if anyone from chat wants to claim this 4th spot up to you. Otherwise, we can turn it back public, or we can keep it as us 3. Or for that matter, if there's anything you'd like to see from characters, weapons, enemies, or arenas standpoint, we have 3 people who are all in Discord together right now. So we can coordinate some stuff. Granted, you know, if it's something a little outlandish, we'll probably bump back down to gold, but we'll play it by ear. So let us know if there's anything you guys would like to see. If not, then perhaps we'll try to redeem ourselves. We'll just have to dance a little bit harder this time. So yeah, as you can see here, this is a good demonstration of how reliant this setup is on disruptor ammo. You might notice we have 147 cryo ammo. 140 incendiary ammo, 1 disruptor ammo. Not a coincidence. Not a coincidence. We are very reliant on it. What's the best character to play for Plat? I would say there are 3. I would say there are probably 3 or so that rise to the top. You could certainly make a case for a few more, but I would say Huntress is one of them, the character we're using right now, along with the Angara Avenger. The reason for those 2 is because Stealth Grid is absolutely busted. It's the one that gives you the tactical cloak effect, but gets everyone in the group. And on Plat, take the last match for example, on Plat, sometimes there are just so many enemies and they take so long to get rid of that for uploads and hacks, if they decide they want to hang out in the upload or in the hack, there's not a lot you can do to stop them. Or at least by the time you get rid of the ones that are in the hack or the upload, a whole bunch of other enemies have come and taken their place, and it's just this repeating cycle of you make little to no progress in the hack, which is actually what ended up happening a bit in the previous match. But if you have Stealth Grid, you can repeatedly cloak. You can just cloak for the entire duration of the hack, since you don't have any cooldown on it, as long as you have enough grenade capacity, since it uses a grenade instead of a cooldown. So you basically just cloak your entire way through the uploads and the hacks, and that is a lifesaver in Platinum. At least when you don't have Berserkers who decide that they don't care. They're going to hang out there anyway. So that's the main reason for those 2. And then the other character I would say is the Human Juggernaut, because he can just do a little bit of everything and has some really strong passives as well. Like, let's see, it's been a while since I've played him, but Snap Freeze is really strong skill, debuffs enemies, which helps you deal a lot more damage, which is helpful. Fortify helps you take more damage, or rather, yeah, take more damage without dying. And then the Remnant Armor is unique to him, because you can get invulnerability for 1.5 seconds every time you kill an enemy. So if you have good damage and you can take out enemies, you can actually prevent yourself from getting killed with this guy. So basically, you have the dedicated people doing the objectives with the Huntress and or the Angara Avenger, and then you have people playing characters like the Juggernaut, who are the tanks who can take a lot of the damage even if they're just sort of holding their ground, not hanging out in the hack, and they don't go down, or at least very rarely go down, and they can still deal a lot of damage as well. So that kind of has a nice complementary, synergistic effect as well. And then, as I said, there are certainly other characters you can make the case for too, but I think those are probably the top 3. Right. So basically, it works really well where you have the people who are trying to play it stealthy, hang out in the hacks, and then you have the people, and that means that because you are theoretically, when you're in the hack, not getting the attention of any enemies, that means all of the enemies are paying attention to everyone else. So whoever else is not staying cloaked is gonna take a lot of heat, and they need to be able to handle that heat. And the Juggernaut is just really good for doing that. So it's really nice way to balance things out. And, you know, on the lower difficulties, it's not as big a deal because you can probably get rid of the enemies hanging out in the hacks or the uploads before they get replaced by new enemies. And so the stealth grid isn't quite as necessary. And for the people who are not hanging out in the hack and just trying to kill enemies, you know, there isn't as much damage that you're taking, so you don't have as much of a reliance on that really strong passive stuff from the Juggernaut. But at least when you start to push the limits on Plat, it becomes that much more of a difference maker. Yes, Yes. So that is one of the things where, especially when I am in a lobby with other people, because I am constantly pressing the stealth grid button, I am basically taking very minimal aggro. So I am making other people's lives more difficult in that way. I try to make up for it by helping out and getting some revives when I can, but it is tricky. When you see you're in a lobby with multiple other infiltrators, it means you should be on the lookout, because you might be at times feeling like you're soloing things, because you are going to be taking most, if not all, of the aggro. No worries, fam. No worries. It's one of those things that you don't realize until someone calls it out like that, because I mean, you're in a lobby with 3-4 people total, and so it doesn't seem like you should be taking all the aggro until you realize, oh wait, hold on a second, except the enemies are paying no attention to my teammates, and that's not a coincidence now that I think of it. So like right now, for example, infiltrator, infiltrator, infiltrator. If we had a fourth person come in and they were not an infiltrator, they would have a pretty rough time, because they'd be taking a lot of damage, getting basically all the aggro. So that's my TED Talk. Thank you all for listening. Have I convinced anyone to take this fourth spot? Something tells me I might not have made the most convincing case. Yeah. Oh, come in. It's just platinum. You'll just take all of the aggro. Every single enemy will be coming after you exclusively. Don't worry about it. Oh, I'll occasionally come over to revive you. Don't worry. It'll be fine. It'll be fine.
And then Gara Avenger is gonna come in.
Yeah, right? Alright, well, I'm not seeing anyone else from chat at the moment, so maybe we will at least make it public and make it possible for 3, 2, 1. An Angara Avenger. No, okay. It might be an Angara Avenger. We'll see. But anyways, I think... yeah, I'm good to go whenever you guys are. Do you need the Plat Apex, Makov?
Well, I haven't done anything today.
Okay, it's not too bad today. JD and I did it a little bit earlier, but it is it's worth a little bit more. And if you haven't done it yet, it's not like it's a terrible one today. I'm just gonna adjust the consumables a little bit in this case, though. Don't know why it's showing Apex ratings when I'm putting on consumables, but okay. All right, and it's public, so should be potentially getting a fourth here. Angaran is level 1. Yeah, so the Angara Avenger, the Huntress, and the Juggernaut, if you are interested in, I mean, again, not to say you can't play Platinum on other characters, but those tend to be the most successful. But that's also the reason why, when you're doing hacks and uploads on Platinum in particular, it is oftentimes counterproductive to have someone hanging out in the hacker upload if they are not cloaked, because then you're attracting all the attention into the hack and the upload. And the whole point of having a stealth grid person in there, or normal cloak person in there, is so that you can make progress without attracting any attention at all. Because as soon as the enemies do start showing up, then you have to uncloak to kill them. That means you're attracting more attention. By the time you get rid of the enemy, more show up, as we were talking about before. So that's why sometimes, as we're doing right now, it can actually be risky to do Plat in a public lobby when you don't know who some of the people are going to be. Because honestly, the biggest risk right now could be that someone else comes in, we have a hack or an upload, and they just hang out in the hack or upload, and even if I try to cloak them repeatedly, they repeatedly break that cloak and attract more and more attention into the hack and make it impossible for us to finish it. That is actually the most difficult thing, especially in a platinum, especially in an Apex like this, where the whole challenge is that the ammo boxes don't replenish, so there are a finite number of cloaks that we can use. So sometimes you can just power through it and go, all right, this person is hanging out in the hack, they're insisting on hanging out in the hack, and they will not stop breaking cloak, but I'm just gonna keep on spamming the cloak button and try to counteract them. You can do that sometimes when it's not one of the plat missions, or one of the Apex missions that prevents you from getting additional grenade capacity. But on a mission like this, you will blow through your finite amount of stealth grids fairly quickly if you try to do that. Oopsie daisy. Like that, for example. Normally I would be cloaked in that situation, but I was deliberately not cloaking because I'm trying to conserve the grenades. It's a balancing act, and on this occasion, I will certainly use it.
Nearly through.
Because I usually go crazy spamming stealth grids when it's a normal mission. So I try to make a conscious effort to change the approach when there is a finite supply, but in doing so, sometimes I overcompensate.
I'm reading a flat line. All enemy devices are now
I am also... I play... I'm on my way back up. I play as is GT, I think, but we're making our way over.
Hold on.
I play by, rather than running away from the enemies, I deliberately run straight at them.
Practice. Yeah, I go over here.
Live fire.
I think I did too much of a good job.
That's okay, we'll take it. Yeah, so like some people will see, like this, large room of room with lots of enemies in it, and will say, you know what, I'm not gonna go there. Whereas for me, it's like, ooh, great, more enemies for me to go after. I will run straight into said room. So I am also one who dies frequently. But that is why usually having the stealth grid readily available is very helpful, so that I can poke my head in, shoot for a little bit, and then recloak, and kind of get away with doing very risky things.
Go get 'em.
But gotta be careful doing that in this type of mission, because I will run out of stealth grids. And admittedly, for a second there, I was kind of spamming stealth grid.
All clear for now.
Oh, we got a fourth. Yeah. Okay. What did they do? They're Batarian of some
Enemies
variety?
incoming.
Get going.
Presumably not the Vanguard, because they don't have the Annihilation going. Deliberately, when possible, when I see a berserker, I try to find someone else to shoot instead, because my damage is just not good against them. The observers, however, or the anointed, who have the shield bar, much better. Eventually we'll have no choice. We will, he says as he jumps off the edge of the map. No, that's not what I was referring to. We will need to fight the Berserkers at some point. There's no choice. We must jump off the edge. No, Lids. It's okay. I didn't mean it like that. I swear. Don't dodge me.
Enemies down. Keep your guard up.
Just like the old days.
Okay. Don't worry about it. It's fine. Alright, so we do have a hack.
Intelligence
So we're
needs
here.
data from your location. Look for an entry point.
Okay.
So like our goal is for the most part, sit in here while cloaked and never hang out while we are uncloaked. That way, the hope is that we just never have any enemy set foot in here, or if they do, it's a little small enemy that we can take out quickly enough that we can get rid of it, recloak, be invisible again before anyone else arrives. So it's good that we did get a random fourth person, but they are hanging out on the other side of the map, so it's not as if they're sabotaging this hack. Another way we can conserve stealth raids is by doing this dodge, which actually does momentarily break aggro. It's not quite as reliable, but it doesn't cost any grenades. Oh. We'll cloak now though, because I don't want this ascendant to show up. So like that, not a single enemy went into the hack. Totally easy. But that was because we were cloaked the full time. So if we had someone who was not cloaked in there, suddenly the enemies would be attracted to the hack area, and then all bets are off. JD, let me figure out how to get to you, or Macron will. Here. Whoa, I did not realize there was an ascendant thing.
3 more to go.
One moment, ascendant. One moment, ascendant. Okay. I'll be with you in a second. Just the ascendant? Oh, there is still. Oh, there's an up. Wait, no, that is the ascendant. I thought it was two of them for a second.
Reload. We're tracking reinforcements. Hostiles en route.
Let's find somewhere more exciting.
And for everything I've said about the Berserkers being problematic, so we try to avoid them. When it comes to behemoths, take that and multiply it by 10. We do not want anything to do with them. We do not want anything to do with them. Blaze Hydra, you know, I'd rather not mess with that either right now.
Squad member down.
Okay. If this Blaze Hydra doesn't kill me, which it nearly did.
Teammate injured.
I think JD's getting you. If not, I will make a move. also grenade on us. There's two.
Teammate injured.
Oh, okay, that was unnecessary, but oh well. There's something behind us. Okay. No. It's you. Another one behind us. Might need to fight the behemoth now. Not quite. No. Now we do. Oh, that's where he is.
Reload. We're tracking reinforcements.
Like the old days.
Ooh, okay. That's not great.
We detected mission
Where are
critical
they?
data. Find the location.
Oh no, we got, okay. C is the worst one. I will try to take C. I'm gonna get some additional grenades first. No one's over there at the moment, which is a good sign. Okay, JD, this one's gonna be tough. This spot in particular, really important that we don't attract any attention because it is really easy for the enemies to just pass by this area and suddenly decide this is where they want to hang out. Like this. Like this. It's gonna take us a while to get rid of this berserker because it's really tanky. And in that time, we might die, or there might be someone else who decides to show up. Thank you. Like that. It's the moment that one berserker goes away, another one arrives. Perfect example. And that is the sign of a behemoth, which is, yep, even worse.
Squad member down.
Okay, hold on. As long as they move. No, don't stay. I cannot take out this behemoth in less than 30 seconds. It will take that long. We'll take the majority of the remaining time of this objective. All right, see, like the berserker and the behemoth will both hang out where you last cloaked. So I'm deliberately activating the cloak there so that it tries to attack that spot and hopefully moves
Almost done.
rather than just attack that spot from afar. Oh no. Now my cloak has expired. Okay, now I have to go from further away so he actually moves in the process. But of course, we're getting negative progress as we're doing this. Okay, now he's no longer there. Except that now there's Ascendant. Okay, wait for the Ascendant to move, then we go. Reactivating Cloak here, although technically that means that the Berserkers will be looking for this spot. So it's still not perfect. But there we go.
Upload complete. Good job, Apex.
So that's an example of how things theoretically can start to go wrong in hacks and uploads on flat, and just go all downhill from there if you're not careful. Or really, you can be a little bit careful about it, but to a certain extent, it just comes down to luck, which can be frustrating at times.
Teammate injured.
Oh, I got you, JD.
Just what I need.
Ow.
3 more to go. yourself to the LZ.
Oh, speedy one. Please let me plug it up first. Alright, we'll take the repeated anointing stuff. These are among the easiest enemies for us to get rid of. Definitely gonna be someone sneaking up behind us very soon.
Squad member down.
Ooh, I got you, JD.
Thank you.
Is it just JD? I thought someone else went down. I'd like to ignore you. Sure who you're shooting
Squad
at.
member down.
On the way, Mako.
Careful, there's a behemoth.
Well, let's turn invisible and pretend that the behemoth doesn't exist. What? I don't like all those guys, though. Alright, 30 seconds. Try to cloak this one non-infiltrator to make his life less miserable trying to escape, but, you're gonna have to work with me here, because I'm out of grenades, and he is gonna be trapped if he doesn't move. Okay, good.
Mission complete. Full
There we
team
go.
secure. Good work.
Yay. Full extraction.
That wasn't that bad.
Oh. It was, oddly enough, easier than the non-Apex mission that we did last time. But also, we might have gotten stuck on an infinite loading screen. Hopefully not. Hopefully not. Uh-oh. This has definitely happened to me before in Mass Effect 3 multiplayer. I'm not really sure if it's ever happened to me in... Oh, loading into matches, it certainly happened to me in Andromeda, but... Loading out of matches? I assume you guys are also in a loading screen right now.
We're waiting for.
Come on.
We're waiting for the server to come back.
Yeah. Uh-oh.
Yeah, I'm watching the same thing that you have.
Okay.
The little circles on the corner.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm getting the same thing.
Well, hopefully it counted, because at this rate we might need to restart. Because yeah, this doesn't look good.
Yeah, it doesn't look good, but give it a little bit. At least let it how to say, get an error.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, let it time out. I'm guessing it times out.
That's I assume it does. I am not entirely sure either. Well, anyways, well, let us know, chat, if there's anything you'd like us to do for the next one, because you know, we might be waiting for a little bit. So there's plenty of time to scheme up if there's anything in particular you would like to see us do. You know, it might require that we reset some things. The credits have registered. I don't know how JD has confirmed this. On the MEA app, and you've confirmed? Well done.
I think he closed it.
Well, that must mean... Well, in that case, I think we do just restart.
Yeah.
It sounds like we got credit and credits for doing that mission. So let's... I have closed out, which I imagine is going to close you guys out as well.
Yeah, it timed out. Okay, the host has been dropped. Yeah, searching for a new one.
So I'm going to boot back up. Hopefully, that is not going to be something that repeats. But I'm also hoping that we still got the goodies from finishing that. According to JD, we did.
It restarted on wave 0.
Oh, wait. Oh.
For me, it restarted on wave 0.
I think it's going to reset you to wave 7 once it actually starts up.
It started on wave 0.
Once the enemies show up, does it still say wave 0?
Well, I didn't wait for them to
Oh, okay. I've noticed that has happened to me sometimes before. It says wave 0 at the very beginning. Like the game hasn't fully processed it yet. But then once the first enemy loads in, the game realizes, oh no, this is wave 7.
Yeah, well, I didn't wait for the...
Okay, well, in that case, let me get a lobby restarted here. Get you guys in. Hopefully, you know, we won't run into any sorts of issue. Oh, I guess I did make it public. So that is not who I just invited. Well,
and this guy's eager.
Apparently, yeah, immediately readies up. Well, I did just set it to bronze because that was the first thing that showed up, and I didn't go out of my way to set it up for plat or the plat apex or whatever it is we're looking to do yet. So we might be about to scare this guy off. Makov, can you tell if you got the... I'm guessing you might not have gotten the mission funds or credits from that one.
You know, I didn't check my funds before the mission.
Yeah,
but JD said that he got him.
Yeah. Huh. Okay, well, I mean, part of me feels like we should do it again so that we can make sure you get the rewards for it. But JD apparently already got them, so maybe it's fine. Is there anything you can figure out from that? Magma, bronze, that's not going to tell you anything, though. Oh, if you go to, I guess, the strike teams page? No, but it doesn't show up at the strike teams page. If you look up the Plat Apex mission, usually it says for the Apex missions, completed, if you finished them. So what we could do is, did I make it private again? Okay, it's a private lobby right now, so if you want to, you can leave for a second to go to the strike teams page and just see what it says for the Platinum Apex and see if it tells you you're done with it. That might be the best way to confirm.
I have to exit.
I think, right? I mean, it's silly that the strike teams page isn't accessible from inside a lobby, but
yeah,
unfortunately
I got the
or the mission settings page.
The Platinum Apex done.
It says it's complete?
Yes.
Okay, perfect.
Okay.
All right, let me get you back then. Now come back. Yeah. There we go. Okay. All right, so I mean, we could do it again if we want to get the little bit of bonus credits and XP. We could go for normal plat. We could go for whatever. And let us know, chat, if, as I was saying, if there's anything you want us to do, characters, weapons, enemies, or arenas-wise, you can cash in your lid coin to make that happen.
JD said that he checked on the MEA app.
Yeah, I guess, well, he must have been checking what numbers he had beforehand to be able to tell that it went up, but it was a good call.
I didn't I had totally forgotten that there wasn't an app for on EA.
It's
that you could check it on the phone.
I assume he's talking about, what is it called? The what's it called? Apex app? It might just be called the Apex app. Or Mass Effect Apex app. The one where you can set out your, like, use your strike teams from your phone. Because that's really convenient. I assume that's the one he was using. Yeah, Apex HQ, that's what it is. Okay, gotcha. Alright, so everyone has done the Plat Apex. So we don't need that per se. I'm not seeing any specific requests or suggestions from chat. So if you guys are up for it, we could certainly switch it back over to Plat. Either Apex or not Apex. I was curious to see if this would scare off the random person here, but they immediately readied up again, even after I switched it to Plat. So, you know, make of that whatever you will. This is where I get concerned about someone just hanging out in the hack and sabotaging it, or upload, same thing. So I'm thinking we don't go Apex, just so that if necessary, we can spam the stealth grids.
Well, the funny thing is this: that the app for the phone is not available anymore.
Really? What?
Yep.
Huh? Like you can't download it anymore? Because I have it on my phone right now. Obviously,
yeah,
JD does as well.
I used to have it, but I don't know, years ago.
Weird.
Okay.
Okay. Now I'm good. So yeah, we'll try to carry this person who looks like they're... Oops, I didn't mean to do that. I meant to do this. Looks like they're relatively new and might not have much, if any, experience in Plat. So we can give them a lot of credits and XP if we succeed here, but just want to be a little bit careful that they don't sabotage some of the objectives. But since it's not the Apex, we can spam stealth grids and hopefully still power through hacks and uploads if absolutely necessary. They have a Roserad. That's a very strong weapon. And the Ghost is, of course, very solid as well. Ooh, got a couple of ranks on Juggy from those. Nice. Yeah, because that actually, at this stage, oops, I unreadied. That means you're getting skill points from that, right, JD? Because you only max out the skill points at rank 10. Of course, this is not the Apex mission, but it randomly put us at the same map. And enemy. Okay. Oh, JD has disappeared?
We need to secure
I saw 3 names, and at first I assumed that meant that the random person left, but no, that's JD who left. The lobby should be public, JD. So hopefully that means you can rejoin?
Let's get out of here.
Okay, might need to babysit a bit here. It's a grenade. Let's not step on the back. Oops.
Careful.
Squad member down.
Oh, 1 second.
I've got you.
Ow. Go away, Audis.
flatline.
Oh, no. No.
I'm reading a flatline.
Is this again one it's the same though, the one that no supplies?
It's a normal flat match, but it randomly gave us the same map and it randomly gave us the same enemy. So it looks like the Apex mission, but it is not the Apex mission. Theoretically. Okay, I'm not gonna be able to get this person in time. Alright.
Who needs shields anyway?
Oh, that pariah. Showed up at the worst time.
Squad member down.
No.
My way.
Thank
Nice
you.
save.
I'm out of power cells. That might be a problem. Let's fix that. Nope, don't duck.
Three more to go. Reload. We're tracking
Oh,
reinforcements.
that was weird. I heard a Krogan say just one left. I was like, wait a second. That's not Makov's character, and our teammate is dead right now. So who said that? I thought for a second that meant that we had a fourth person join us, but no, it was the dead Krogan who made that comment. From the grave.
Squad member down.
Alright, you get that. I will get our teammate.
One device down.
Okay. Hello, Ascendant. Don't mind me. I'm just minding my own business. I take this one.
Teammate injured. Nearly through.
Oh, that's a nasty spot where they went down. That's a really bad spot. Okay, objective is done.
Device shut down. Good job.
Even I will choose not to hang out in that room.
Heads up. Shield's gone.
Oh, you have a couple of Ascendants, okay. Careful, I'm gonna try to get rid of some of the little guys.
Shield's gone.
Three more to go.
Is that a Saboteur in the Ascendants? Hello? Oh. Thanks, Throw. That was really helpful.
All clear for now.
Not getting lobby. Oh, that's weird.
He's incoming.
Just bugging out. JD is unable to rejoin. I'm gonna hop into a random pug plat for now. Okay. Yeah, after this one, we'll reset the lobby or find some other way to get you back. No worries.
Squad member down.
This is not a great place to be. Even if I want to take you out. Oh. Hello. Help out our friend here. That flamer is actually extremely useful. At least certainly is on the berserkers.
Shield's gone. Incoming.
So much for my shield.
Who needs shields anyway?
Get a little bit of shield back then. Start that.
Squad member down.
Oh.
Squad member down.
Oops. It is, if you can get over here, it is quiet. I don't know about the room in between though. Okay, well there, oh, I needed to be faster than that if I was gonna revive them. Oops.
Careful. Shield's gone.
Teammate injured.
Okay. Oh. I see. You have some friends over here. I should have known. Back here. I suppose that works.
Three left. Go get him.
Who needs shields anyway?
Alright. Coming to help out. You did all the hard work.
Enemies down. Keep your guard up. Intel shows key enemy personnel in that area. Don't let them leave. Yep. Target down.
Oh, nice. So wait.
We've got a read on another priority target.
Ow. Maybe face the direction where all the enemies are. Including all of the ascendants, except for the target is back here.
Teammate injured. Squad member
That
down.
didn't go so well.
Teammate injured.
Oh. Don't be a hero, random pug friend.
Scratch one target. I'm reading a flat line.
Uh-oh.
Teammate
Okay,
injured.
I'm gonna get the pug. Stay right next to me. Then I'm gonna come to get you.
Okay, there's a behemoth right on top.
Okay.
And
Teammate injured.
Back. Oh, that, hold on. That complicates things a little bit.
Almost there.
Okay, I will be there in a second. Alright, now let's kill this. Okay, I am sorry, other pug dude. At this point, this behemoth is tanky enough.
Still tracking.
Probably fine timing-wise, but kinda can't take too many chances there. Did I just get myself stuck? I did just get... Okay, I'm stuck for the entirety of the match, potentially. This is not good. Never mind, we're fine. Everything is fine, don't worry about it. I was just testing. Okay, at this point, we are gonna have to probably nuke this behemoth, though. Repeatedly. Because it is this tank. Oh dear. These stop moving. Please stop moving. I'm out of here.
Still tracking a target.
This is not good. Don't stagger me!
Injured.
No! If I didn't get staggered, I could have killed it. No! Ah!
Did we wipe out?
We ran out of time. It had the tiniest sliver of health left, and me and the pug guy were about to kill it, but at least for me, it staggered me in with 1 or 2 seconds left, so I couldn't get the killing shot. No! What's up, Anor? How are you? Everyone is showing up right as we right as we succeed, because as we saw there, once again, what actually happened is that we had a dance-off with the behemoth on that occasion. Previously, it was the berserkers. That time, though, behemoth. The random pug has once again left. Can't imagine why. But JD was having trouble joining the lobby before, so I think it might be best if we just recreate the lobby now.
Oh, JD's left.
Do a quick strike team check, I suppose, while we're out. But so we should have room for at least one more person here if anyone else is interested in getting in on the action. You know, we'll see as to for what setup we want to do here. Let me make it private for now, just to get people in. Oh yeah, did JD sign off altogether? Oh yeah, calling it a night. Well, no worries, JD. Thanks for stopping by. Sorry we ran into those technical issues. But good to have you. Well, we had you at least. And that means we, at that point, would have 2 slots, theoretically. And we've had some unlucky matches of the plat variety today, but very, very unlucky for some of them. But we could continue to do that. We could go to whatever difficulty people are most comfortable with. Or if there's anything request-wise, characters, weapons, enemies, or arenas you guys would like us to do, let us know. And we can adapt with whatever difficulty is most suited for whatever that setup might be. Are you getting these invites, Makov?
I was looking at the other monitor, so I don't.
Oh, okay, no worries. No worries. I can send you one now.
Yeah.
There we go.
Got it.
Okay. Nice, nice. Okay, so yeah, we have a couple spots if anyone is interested. We can open it up to the public if we'd like. I would say we could attempt a plat duo. I mean, we could. We haven't had the most success with plat trios or even sometimes full teams, but you know. Yes. Well, I as soon as we got stuck there, I legitimately thought we were going to be stuck there for the entirety of the match, because that has, I'm pretty sure, it's happened to me once before. If not to me, I've certainly seen it happen to at least someone else. No, it's definitely happened to me at least once before, getting stuck in that exact spot. So I was surprised we got out. So that much was fortunate. Was that on that objective wave as well? That very last wave? Because, I mean, there's another 10 seconds or so that we lost, if not more than that, and, I mean, you saw, we could certainly have used another 10 seconds. It was probably the difference between us succeeding and failing. Yeah, okay. Well, that is unfortunate. As I said, we've gotten unlucky in multiple ways to various extremes and extents tonight. But okay. At the moment, if it's... Well, yeah, so let me know. If anyone else wants to get in, happy to get you in. We can go with whatever difficulty you'd like. If it is just the two of us, then, you know, we probably won't do bronze. That's fair to say. As for whether we'll go back up to plat, maybe we'll drop to gold. Whatever works for you, Makov.
Okay, I got the Apex AQ. HQ.
Oh, you did. Nice.
Yeah, I got it. I had to go to the web page in the computer
To get it on your phone?
Yes.
Weird.
Yeah, I couldn't find it on the Play Store.
Huh. Well, you did get it, so that's good. This is very convenient. Okay. I say, let's make this... I'm gonna try making this platinum for a second, making it public, and just seeing if we immediately get any pugs who appear like they are ready to do a platinum match, and if so, maybe we'll move forward with that. But if we do not get other people joining us, then, you know, we can either go for a duo, or, as I said, if we feel like we want to drop it down to gold, that works too. Actually, let me see if I have any. I definitely did have at least one challenge. I think I had 2 challenges of the Andromeda specific variety that we could do. Might be best if we had more than just 2 people in, but you know, I have one that we could do for gold, I think, if we wanted to. I think we could do this. Even that, honestly, could be doable too. That one would be better for a larger team. I mean, technically, you could do this on plat as well, of course, but if we want to drop down to gold but still keep things interesting, we can spice things up with a challenge, I guess is what I'm saying. How does that sound? Do you want to try a lids made challenge for gold?
Sure.
This actually, I've been wanting to do for a very long time, but haven't had the chance to do it. So I've been looking forward to this. So this one is called Score Stream. The gist of the challenge is this. You must, at every point in time, well, you know how whenever you, say, get a kill, or deal damage to an enemy that somebody else kills, or you finish an objective, or something like that, it gives you the little pop-up on your screen that says, plus 110 points, kill. Or whatever it is that it's giving you points for, it gives you the little pop-up for the points that you're receiving. The point of this challenge is you must, at every point in time... Oh, I know this person. Or at least have done a bunch of matches with this person. We could potentially do this on plat. You must, at every point in time, have a number popping up on your screen for you scoring points. You must constantly have a number for you scoring points. So there's at least one way in particular to do that makes it more possible. Because at first you might be thinking, how on earth can I do that? Because it takes time to kill enemies and complete objectives and all that stuff. There's no way I could constantly have those point totals updating. But there is at least one way that I know of that you can do it. So I'll give you some time to think it over in case you have any potential ideas for it. But I can bail you out if you're not sure. I'm just gonna...
Okay, but how did you get the points to pop up? Did you have the game modded?
No, you know how, like, you'll get a little number, like, near the top of the screen. It's like, maybe, why don't we just do a match, just a normal match here, and you'll see what I'm referring to, I'm sure, but then we could do a challenge after this one. And we could potentially go plat with this person, because I know they are capable on plat, if we want to bump back up. Let's see, that is a level 10 character, but if we were to switch to plat, they would presumably switch? I don't know. Yeah, they joined for gold. Sure, we'll stay on gold. I'll switch it up a little bit. So yeah, let's just do a normal gold here, but just look when you get a kill or deal damage or what have you at the little number that you get on your screen that says, you know, this is how many points you're getting for doing this. So that will be important if we do the challenge. Oh, actually, wait, this guy is spec'd for grenade stuff. I should prioritize that. There we go. I would just like you to know that this person attempted to vote kick you. Momentarily. Well, they probably were just trying to look at the team setup, because it was a very brief kick, and then they immediately undid it.
Yeah, I think I have him on my friend list, and he invites me quite often.
Okay. Hopefully he's
Yeah, so I think it's he probably clicked on the wrong key.
yeah.
Hostile territory, people.
Hopefully it was nothing personal.
If it was, no problem.
Well, that's a good attitude to have about it then. Okay, so what I'm talking about is... yeah, it's like middle of the screen. Ow.
Teammate
Helps if you don't immediately die. But middle of the screen, if you get a kill, or deal damage to an enemy that somebody else kills, it'll say, like, damage plus 40, for example. You see that?
Oh yeah, it's a little blue thing.
Yeah. So basically, the challenge that I was talking about would be that you need to constantly have those numbers popping up at all times. So
I don't think there's a way.
yeah, so this will give you a little, since we have this match to think about it, it'll give you a little bit of time to think about if there are any tricks to it, because there's at least one.
There's too little space on only like a couple of seconds.
Pops up for, yeah, like 1 second, and then if you do get I'll give you a little bit of a hint here. If you get a couple of things at the same time or right after each other, there's a little bit of a delay. So it'll give you like plus 100 kill, and then it'll wait a little bit, and then it'll say plus 100 kill for your other kill. So they can there can be a little bit of a delay if you do a bunch of things quickly. That's my hint. Let's see if we can get a couple kills to do this. Like kill 240.
Yeah, well,
Delay,
probably
kill 240.
probably in bronze it's possible.
Oh, doesn't need to be bronze. Keep thinking about it.
That's the only way to killing stuff that quickly.
Well, let's see. There are other ways to get other types of pop-ups. So it's not just kills and damage. That's my that's my next hint. There are some other things that will also make the stuff pop up. Whenever you get points for something, theoretically, numbers pop up. So kills, damage, objectives, although obviously those aren't happening very often, so it couldn't be that. What could it be that is the secret?
Yeah, I have no idea. I hadn't even noticed that those numbers.
Yeah, that's true. The fact that you didn't even notice this at first does mean that maybe this is all new. That's not the skill I meant. You did just get a fourth person who's also there. Could potentially bump this up to plat. So I kind of said this, but I'll make it clear. The difficulty does not matter. It is not affected by difficulty. Well, at least the main thing that it requires does not depend on difficulty. Oh, hello. That's my spot. Okay. Trying to think of if the character you're using has any way of... Well... I don't think you are going to see anything other than the damage and kills with that character. So I don't think that character is going to give you the answer. Oh, I just looked down at my gels number. It's like, I don't think I've used any gels in this match, but I only have 2. I wonder why that is. Well, that's because we just don't have more than 2 gels total. So that might be something we need to address once this match is over. I see. Oh, another Solaria. Of a different variety, but still. That Solarian technically can't do it, but he can get closer to doing the thing that I'm hinting about.
Oh, so it's dependent on the character.
It's dependent on what skills the character has.
Okay.
So your character's skills would not be able to do what needs to be done. Oh, this is an objective. Wait. And I was right next to the objective and completely ignored it. My bad. Actually pay attention to the objective because I am once again right next to it. That time I meant to use energy drain, not the grenade. That's why I threw the grenade right over everybody's head. That was close. I really thought I had died.
Two attendants right together.
Well, maybe I can bring the Fiend over there then. Make it a party.
Yeah, so
Ow.
make it a challenge.
Exactly. Well, the Fiend has crushed my body into the
Fiend
pavement.
is dead. So that's a disappointment.
Oh, the Fiend is back. How kind of you. To make a reappearance. Hiding there. Almost feel bad. Oh, 20 seconds, by the way. One of those might be. Or not. There we go. Okay, so we do have a pretty strong team here now, so we could bump this back up to plat, which, as I was saying, technically the challenge I'm thinking of does not require any particular difficulty, so that is technically still workable. Might go for that.
Well, the only problem is I just have no idea how to do it.
Okay, I'll give you the answer then, or at least one of the answers, the primary way that I was thinking of. So, 1 sec, I'm just gonna message one of these people to let them know that it might be a little bit as I describe a challenge. 1 sec, setting up a challenge. Okay, so the key is that you need something else that makes the numbers pop up beyond just kills and damage, because as you were saying, there's no way you can get enough kills quickly enough for that to constantly be popping up. So what you need is a skill that gives you points for quote-unquote support. So there are a few that can do that, some more quickly and reliably than others. Like barricade, if people are in cover behind your barricade, you'll get points for that and they'll pop up. Energy drain might even if you give shields to a teammate from it. Shield boost does if you give shields to a teammate. But so it might technically be possible with those, but I think it would be really difficult to do those quickly enough. So the one that I'm thinking of is, well, surprise, surprise. One of the ones that I use very regularly, Stealth Grid. Stealth Grid will create a pop-up for one pop-up for every teammate that you cloak with Stealth Grid. So, if you just cloak yourself, you get one pop-up. However, if you cloak the entire team, you get 4 pop-ups. And with 4, that means if you, for example, spam the Stealth Grid button at the very beginning of the match when everyone is standing right next to each other, you can get a whole bunch of pop-ups for Stealth Grid that take a little while for the game to process, to go through them all. So basically, if you do enough of those, that buys you some time to go out, get a kill, or, you know, do an objective or whatever it is, so that you can continue to get more and more points. And if you go and pick up more grenades, then you could do more stealth grids and repeat the process and do that long enough, consistently enough, that you constantly have the numbers popping up.
I don't know. I don't think it will work.
So granted, I play a lot of Huntress, so I'm very accustomed to doing the stealth grid stuff. I have come extremely close to doing it once before, where I did it for 99% of the game, and then during extraction, I thought we had already finished extraction, but it took a little bit longer than I expected, and I stopped getting new numbers popping up as we were leaving the match. So I know it's possible, or, you know, I came extremely close to getting it. I think that was on gold, but again, like, technically that shouldn't make a huge difference because it mostly comes down to how often you can spam stealth grid. So that's the idea, at least.
You know something? Probably if you do that and you are in bronze, so you can still kill enemies fast enough that in the gaps you still get a number of kills, and also the game takes shorter time to complete. True.
So yeah, it probably would be easier on bronze for that reason, but you know, even on gold or plat, if you could still just damage the enemy, and then if your teammate gets the kill, then you still get a pop-up for it. It won't say kill, it'll just say some damage. But I think it's possible, but I think a lot of it comes down to just how effective you are with spamming stealth grid when you have multiple teammates next to you. That's the key for sure, which is why I was saying, you know, it's not about just killing the enemies, and it is technically very character specific because there are only 2 characters who have stealth grid. So technically, I think it's probably best if we had a full party with everyone doing it, because then we could make a point of everyone clustering together and timing the stealth grids together.
The other thing is, for example, in Sandstorm, if you go to the corner, in one of the corners on the roof, there's a place that you can pretty much defend all the time.
Oh,
and
yeah.
We all go over there and you spam the stealth grid. And we're all together. Probably.
That's a good idea.
That's one thing that one place that I know that we can defend and just group together and defend. And the other is the other thing that the only problem is that you have to wait for the enemies to show up, and there is at the beginning of each wave there is a time when you have to wait for them to show up. Yeah, and the other thing is, again, at the end of each wave there is a gap in time between the last enemy you kill and the first one, and when the next wave begins. How do you manage?
I think that's, again, the answer. The answer is stealth grid every time. But what's up, Zeno? How's it going? How are you? Did you hear we're talking about maybe doing a challenge. It might not make a ton of sense here with now just 3 people in the lobby and only 1 other person in on the challenge. So maybe it's best if we save this for when we can get a full group of people who are all doing it together. Because like you were saying, Makov, there might be some ways to do it, some better ways to approach it as a team. Like if everyone knows, hey, this is the place we're going to hang out and fight most of the enemies, then that definitely can make it easier.
Yes.
So maybe it's a future occasion type thing, but at least that's the idea. And I've been wanting to do it for a while. I guess I've either forgotten about it or we haven't had enough people together at the same time to do it. So maybe on a future occasion we'll make it happen.
The other thing is I almost never played the Huntress.
Yeah.
Because I don't know, maybe because it's the obvious choice.
Yeah, fair.
So I try to play something. I'm not that good in Platinum, and I try to use either the Solarian Infiltrator or the Human Infiltrator. I played I don't know, like last week I even played a Platinum with a Kineticist. And
that's tough.
Well,
that's very tough.
I survived the game, so, but it wasn't very enjoyable.
Yeah. All right. Well, I mean, we could drop down to gold for this one if you'd like. And as I said, we don't need to do the challenge right now, but at least that's the idea.
Okay. Should we just try? Let's see how it.
Try the challenge or try plat, or both.
Okay. I don't know if I even have the.
Do the challenge on gold? We could go for it on gold, I guess.
Yeah, let's try that.
Okay. I have not played Helldivers 2 yet, nor have I really seen anyone play it. I've heard a fair bit of people talking about it, and I am very intrigued. At this point, I feel like I'm a little bit late to the party, though, so I don't know.
Well, I watched a gameplay the other day. I'm sorry.
No, no worries.
It seemed fun, and I heard a lot of people saying, "Oh, it's a co-op play," and it people who play Mass Effect multiplayer should be right up their alley.
Yeah.
With the game because it's a co-op play.
Yeah.
But it is a co-op, but it's very different.
And it's crossplay. Oh, interesting. So you can have people on PC playing with people on Xbox and PlayStation. That's cool. Okay. Yeah, I don't know much about it other than it's co-op, yeah, and I've heard, like you were saying, some people say that it's kind of similar to Mass Effect. So
yeah, but I saw the gameplay, and I don't see, besides being co-op,
I
don't see the, how to say, it's very. Have you ever watched the movie? What's called Space Troopers or?
Oh, I don't think so.
No, what's?
But no Xbox, but crossplay between PlayStation and PC. Okay. Starship Troopers.
Starship Troopers, yeah.
I have not seen it. Awesome movie though, says Zeno. I have not seen it.
Well, it's pretty much the movie. The movie, it's some guys that are fighting a war against alien bugs, and this is it. That's it. That's the concept.
Okay.
So you drop down on a planet, and it's full of alien bugs, and it just kill and kill and kill, and there are some objectives, but it's just kill bugs, and they are swarming you from all sides.
Okay. Huh.
But there is no buildings, there is no. It's just how to say terrain, like an alien kind of like like a desert, rocky landscape, and the bugs are coming out of the ground everywhere around you.
Okay. Interesting.
And there are some nests that you have to destroy and things of that sort. And there are different type of bugs also.
Okay.
So,
yeah, I feel like it's a game that I am pretty sure if I were to play it, I would like it. At least like it a bit. I maybe like it a whole lot. It's more so just I don't know when I would play it, because I mean, at least at the moment we're pretty much fully booked with or at least our streaming times with Mass Effect and Pyre, and I don't know, unless we didn't stream it, but I don't know.
That's the other thing, yeah, because I work, so
right. Me too. Like I don't have that much time outside of work.
I don't have all that much time to get addicted to a different game. I'm playing I'm playing Andromeda and Mass Effect 3 right now.
Yep.
So, yeah, I don't think I want to get hooked on another game.
Right. So part of me feels like, well, it'd be fun. It seems like it's really popular. People are saying really good things about it, but at the same time, it's like, well, but how do I make it work logistically?
It looks fun, and probably if you play it with friends, with voice, yeah, it should be a lot of fun.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, yeah, I basically what I would need to find some way to carve out the time to do it, and I just haven't made a point of doing that yet, or made some other sacrifice, some other compromise to make that happen. But But I am at least I've heard good things about the game. I don't know enough about it yet to be able to say, oh, drop everything and exclusively play Helldivers 2. But I don't know.
I have the feeling that it's a game that it's like going to become really exploding. It's exploding in popularity right now. And but I don't know if you will stay that.
Yeah.
Probably, you know something from what I heard?
The game is exploding. Is the full game out, or is it early access at this point? Is it a full release?
I think it's a full release.
Okay.
So, and I think it's kind of like they put it out to the like kind of like cheap. So there's
I thought
that's
it was
another
a
thing.
little less expensive.
That it was less expensive than other games.
Yeah.
I can't remember. I don't think I know. I read that it wasn't as expensive as most of the games. So it wasn't like a AAA game.
Yeah.
But it exploded.
$40.
Yeah, $40.
And nowadays, AAA games are usually 60-ish.
60 to 70, yeah.
So yeah. I don't know. I'm intrigued. I would probably need to do a little bit more research and whatnot to figure out if it's worth making some kind of schedule changes. Because again, basically, I would probably have to stop playing something else in order to create the time to do it, or get extremely creative some other way. So it's not easy.
Yeah, like trade some sleep for
right. That's, you can do that once or twice maybe, but do that a lot and that catches up with you really quickly.
I know.
All right. Well, anyways, we have Mass Effect Andromeda for today, at least. We were talking about doing the score stream challenge, where we have points popping up on our screen for the entirety of the match, and we are not allowed to ever have them stop. The key there being basically spam stealth grid as much as possible, with as many teammates next to you as possible.
Is our friend listening to your?
I don't think so. I did message him and say I'm describing a challenge, so it might be a minute.
Oh, but he knows that you're streaming.
But I don't know if he does. So, well, I know. Well, Xeno obviously in chat, yes. But so I am.
No, I'm thinking about the guy playing.
But
with
M. Fager, I messaged on the EA app saying we were discussing a challenge, but otherwise he's been waiting for this entire conversation. So I feel like we should probably get this next match started. He's being very patient. Yeah. All right. One recommendation I would make, Makov, when it comes to your gear is to put on one of the power cell capacity increasers, so you can just spam more stealth grids.
I'm thinking armor compartments.
Oh, I didn't even think of that. Yeah, I'm gonna take the full pure grenade capacity one for my gear slot, and then for my consumables I'm also using a power capacity mod so that I can get as many grenades as possible to start off with, or practically as many grenades as possible. Are we on to Paw 8 already? We are. That didn't come from today, though. We did not get a Paw upgrade today. So yeah, I think the key is going to be, especially at the very beginning, when everyone is just spawning in at the LZ together, spam the stealth grid button basically until you run out of stealth grids. Then that buys you a little bit of time to run to an ammo box to get more stealth grids, and then we try to cluster together again, spam stealth grid, and then we at least have bought ourselves hopefully enough time that the enemies have started to spawn in, and then, you run around, grab more stealth grids, so on and so forth. We'll see. We'll try it. Who knows? We'll try it. As I said, I've tested this at least once before and gotten extremely close, but I think it was with a full lobby, and that definitely does help because it means more people to hit with Stealth Grid and more pop-ups from Stealth Grid.
So, enemy, probably cat also would be the easier.
Yeah, what would be, or a map? I feel like Sandstorm might be good.
Yeah.
I think you were right. Sandstorm is a good map. You think Ket is best for the enemy?
I think so.
Okay.
What do you think?
I don't know if there's a specific enemy that'd be better than the others. I'm trying to think of if there's an enemy that has a bunch of little enemies that you could kill a bunch of and get a bunch of pop-ups. Like the Breachers for Remnant might make Remnant good, but Destroyers take a long time to kill.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Well, what else? Remnant?
I don't think it's Outlaw. I hate Outlaw.
Yeah.
I think Remnant is easier on Sandstorm. Could do Remnant.
I don't know. The Destroyers.
I mean, the Destroyers have the turrets, and those do give pop-ups for the turrets and the main Destroyer as well. Destroyers on gold aren't too bad, that's true. Take a long time to kill on flat, but we can get rid of them on gold.
The cat, the problem is the Ascendants.
But the Ascendants, the orb has a pop-up as well as the Ascendant itself. So that helps a bit. I would think the Behemoths would be the big problem for Ket.
Yes.
Because they just take forever.
Those take forever. Well, but we do have our Cobras too.
So what do we think? Is it Ket? Is it Remnant?
I don't know.
I don't think it's Outlaw because the Berserkers are going to be pretty common, and they're going to be a bit of a pain.
Yeah.
Xeno is choosing the enemy for us. All right.
Berserkers and Behemoths, so...
No! Xeno is making it Outlaw. Okay. Well, it's going to be Outlaw then. I spoke too soon. I shouldn't have said it. Okay. Well, I shouldn't have said it. Or I'll throw on the bigger power cell capacity one. There we are. Okay. Shouldn't have said it. Alright, I think I'm good. Whenever you are. So let's go for it.
Let's go.
I'm curious if this third-person M-Phager is okay. He does ready up. I was gonna say at this point he's probably left and like gone to sleep or something. So we take it so long. All right, so ready? Spam the cloak button when we're all right next to each other. Use all of your cloaks.
We need to secure this position.
Let's get
Enemies
out
on
of
the
here.
move. Be ready.
And then once you're done, we run to an ammo box. I think this one's probably the best. Get some more stealth grids here, and while we're at it, do a little more of this. So hopefully you'll see that if you spam enough stealth grids, it takes a while for all those stealth grids to pop up. We will probably also get the support score medal pretty quickly. No, not a power source. Alright. Off to go grab some more.
Okay.
There we go, gold supports. Basically, whenever I see a teammate next to me, I'm immediately trying to spam the stealth grid button.
Good. Stay sharp. Hostiles en route.
Yeah.
All close together. Did I get this one? That is the one that I got. It's one ammo box that I used. Well done, Vids. Revives also do create a pop-up, so I suppose that's one strategy. Probably not a good one, but technically speaking, that is a way to help, I guess. That is dead. Kill our teammates by attacking pariahs and deflecting our attacks onto those teammates. Ow.
Squad member down. 3 left. Go get them.
How will I pay you back?
So yeah, the whole point is to basically have something popping up on the screen with our score for the entire time.
All clear for now.
You can see the plus 20 support, which you're going to see a whole lot of, because that is the primary way that we're doing it, is by leaning very heavily on the plus 20 supports from Stealth Grid.
Find artifacts and return to the drop point. Marking first
They've got a
location on your
Hydra!
But objective waves, getting the objective does it. It's like the things that are popping up right now are hopefully from things that I've done a long time ago, because it basically queues them up.
Artifact is secure.
Like a good example would be, when does it show the plus 500 that we would get from completing that pizza delivery?
Reading a flat line. Artifact recovered. Squad member down.
Need to come up. Has anyone seen the plus 500 yet? How far back does the queue go? 'Cause I haven't done that much since then. Just a few stealth grids here and there.
Almost done. Artifact is secure.
Hello, Berserker. I haven't been able to keep a ton of attention on it, but I feel like I haven't seen that plus 500 yet. And we should have several of them at this point. Queued up, at least. Now go back to shooting. And having other people shoot us. Tomorrow trying Chicago deep dish slow brisket pizza from Houston's #1 award-winning pizza place. I'm not gonna lie. When you said you're going Chicago deep dish, you set my expectations. I thought you were gonna say it's coming straight from Chicago.
All enemies clear. Keep it up.
I don't know, is Houston up to snuff?
Hostiles en
He
route.
says as he's reading chat, and was a split second away from walking off the edge of the map. Yeah, I know it's a specific style of pizza, but obviously there's a reason why it's called the Chicago style deep dish, because it did originate in Chicago.
Who needs shields anyway?
Oh, hello, Hydra. Please go away, Berserker. Uh-oh, no stealth grids. That's a problem. Let's address that. Lots of enemies. Yeah, the having an elemental ammo also gives us the assist points. If we shoot enemies enough. There's another pop-up. Okay, there's a retrieval I just saw for the first time. So how many minutes ago did we do that? Because that was, yeah, so that I think was the first retrieval, because now we just saw another one. That was a few minutes ago at this point. It's like a, oh, full wave.
3 more to go.
So that's a pretty good sign. That retrieval plus 2,000 means that was the final retrieval. Don't know why it gave us 2 of those, but that gives you a sense for how much of a backlog we can create,
Sensors clear for now.
particularly when we
Anyone
have
got ammo?
people next to each other when we do the stealth grid spam. Like this.
Enemies incoming.
Go,
And we
go,
could even
go.
use our ammo packs.
They've got a Hydra. Let's get out of here.
Let's see if we can get this guy as well. Okay, because that should have just bought us a ton of time.
Squad member down.
Oops. Check the
On my
score.
way.
I'm not gonna check the score until the very end. I am curious to see. I think this is gonna add up to a lot of stealth grid points. But I kind of want it to be a surprise. At least selfishly, I want to see it. I don't want to see it until the very end.
Who needs shields anyway?
I realized there was a person here, but that works.
Who needs shields anyway?
Teammate injured.
Everyone's here. Stealth grid.
Shield's gone.
What happened to that honey? Okay, I'm about to die, but I'm gonna try to revive you anyway.
Thank you.
Oh, I did not think I was gonna do that quickly. pizza. It's another good one. Let it be quick about it.
Objects of interest detected in the mission area. Find and return to drop point. Got the drop.
No. Took it. That's one more ping we could have gotten.
Artifact recovered. Flatline.
Uh-oh. So with the revive, I'll get you backed up.
I've got you. Nice save.
Good thing about pizza.
Squad member down.
Lots of time to do it.
Nearly through. Artifact is secure. Last drop received.
Already
All
got it. Oh, we did not already get this one. Okay. So now it'll be interesting to see when those plus 500s, ow.
I'm reading a flatline.
Those plus 500s for completing the objective
wait.
pop up. That will give us a sense for how large the backlog is. The queue of
Nice save.
point updates. Of score streaming. Oh, that's not good. Now this one ran it.
Three more to go.
It does scare me a little bit whenever I'm doing something and that will score points and I get exactly the number of points from the thing that I did, like getting 220 from killing a sharpshooter. Like,
Be ready.
is that the sharpshooter I just killed or is that a sharpshooter from 5 minutes ago? I don't know. Yeah, no, and that's what today's Apex is at least one of the ones that reduces your supply of grenades. So today's not a great day for trying that, at least on Plat.
Careful.
Ow.
Injured.
Right, I think we both took the capacity for
Just what I needed.
grenade booster. Good opportunity.
Field's gone.
Just
Anyone
not
got
enough
ammo?
grenades. Does this? Does help if you can keep track in the back of your mind of which ones you have and have not gone through.
Let's get out of here.
seconds. That's true. The Angar Avenger can hold slightly more stealth rates. Technically speaking, from that standpoint, you could make a decent case that the Avenger is a little bit more effective at it, although getting close to the end now. Spam the stealth rates.
Let's get out of here.
All targets down, everyone standing. Drinks are on me.
And you can see, even on this page, I think it's sometimes... Oh, no. No, it is. It is still showing plus support, even when we're loading out of the match. So how'd it go, Makov? Were you able to pull it off, you think?
No.
Not quite?
me.
No.
I don't know if you, but there were a lot of gaps in mission.
Okay. Well,
But it's the first time I tried.
yeah, I mean, as I said, I mean, I play a lot of Huntress, and I did test this out at least once before, so I have... This is not really my first attempt in that way.
So how did it go for you?
I think I did it. I don't know.
Yeah.
Chat can well determine.
Well, you're gonna be able.
They can call me out.
If you check the video afterwards, it's recording.
Yeah, it's recorded, so we have the
You can-
documentation.
You
I
can
think I
check
did
it.
it.
Yeah, no, yeah, me not. It didn't work for me. There are too many gaps.
Yeah, I think.
I tried, but it's.
Yeah, I mean, because I'm very used to just at the very beginning, we both spammed the stealth grids, and that definitely should help for both of us. But I made a point of running to all the grenade or all the ammo packs as much as I could to restock, and then used them pretty regularly as well. Even if we weren't all next to each other, I was still using them a fair bit. And as I said, I think if we had a fourth person, then it definitely would have helped too. And if we had everyone in on the plan, and we could make a point of all clustering together so that we had more efficient stealth grids, then that all definitely would have helped.
Yeah.
But that's the idea, at least. And we could always give it another shot on a later occasion if we get other people who are also interested in it, or maybe it's just
Yeah, well, we got a good amount of medals.
Yeah, I think a lot of our points probably came from those stealth crits. And what's up, Sfaragon? How's it going? We were doing some plats earlier, but we just did a challenge for the first time that I had schemed up that I've been hoping to do for a while, but didn't have the chance to give it a go until just now. And we did get now we get a random fourth, of course. Yeah, next weekend, theoretically, we should get up to 10k mission funds. That's the hope. Barring some other thing preventing me from getting the usual weekly amount of mission funds. Okay, so do we... That was the challenge. Do we want to stay on gold? Do we want to bump back up to plat? We did get a fourth. I don't know. I don't think I've ever done any matches with this person, so I have no idea how they would do in plat.
Oh yeah, no, I haven't seen them.
What are they using? Falcon and Inferno. Interesting.
Yeah, but his
Already ready
his
to...
Apex, I think Apex rating is not that bad.
It's not that bad.
Been playing a lot. He's not a new.
We could try it. I'm definitely taking it off Outlaw, though, because somebody decided we were going to do Outlaw last time after I'm pretty sure we had said Outlaw was definitely the one enemy type we did not want. If I'm not mistaken, that may or may not have happened. could be wrong. Maybe I'm misremembering. Don't. I believe there is a cooldown for it. I don't know if that cooldown has a... Well, we were talking for so long before the previous match. It's cooldown is probably over at this point.
Give me a sec. I'm gonna just grab something to drink.
Okay, no worries. Oh, well, that fourth person looks like they just realized that we did change it over to plat, because they were readied up, and then they went, nope. But it is still public, so we theoretically could get another person jumping in here. Ooh. I mean, there's always characters and weapons and enemies and arenas, what have you. But the custom challenge is sort of meant to be something along the lines of what we just did, where it's not just a matter of the setup, but also it could include the setup for your characters and weapons and whatnot. But the custom challenge is supposed to be to enable you to do some things that modify the other more gameplay-oriented ways in which we do things, like you have to have a score number popping up for the entirety of the match, or whatever else it might be. Probably completely unrelated to that, but that type of thing. Right, the point is just that, like, if all you want is characters, weapons, enemies, and arenas, then it's more cost efficient for you to just request those things rather than do the custom challenge. Can only afford one. Right. So what I'm saying is, don't waste your lid coin when you don't need to be spending all that much. You just want characters and weapons, enemies and or arenas, then just do it that way. Unless there is something, again, sort of like gameplay oriented wise that you want to change, in which case, yes, there is a case to be made for doing the custom challenge. I'm just saying, don't spend the extra money for the extra lid coin when you're not getting anything extra in return. I'm trying to look out for your best interest. It's a pretty big difference, too. I think. Right? Well, it depends how many other things you wanted to include. Save them for now? Okay, no worries. No worries. Oh, we're still on Sandstorm. I mean, we could keep it on Sandstorm. It is a good map.
Oh, yeah.
We got a bunch of, what was it, 0 earlier, so maybe just so that we don't get another random 0, we keep it on Sandstorm. Okay. I think I'm good whenever you are.
Okay.
And just to clarify, for this one, do whatever you want. We've done the challenge, so you are not required to spam your stealth grids if you don't want to. You were thinking Sidewinder and Kishok, Solarian Architect, level 1. Oh, man. No boosters. Oh, man. Yeah. Thanks, but no thanks on that one. I'm gonna pass on that for now.
You know the drill. Hold this position, clear out enemy forces.
But yeah, that is a good example. Like, for example, there's no specific request for character level. But, if you wanted us to respec down to level 1, or, you know, I guess, like, either reset the character or technically you could, I would think, still just reset skills and not allocate any of them. functionally be a level 1, but point being, there isn't a way to do that unless you did a custom challenge. So in that case, yes, you would be getting the value from the custom challenge, but if your whole idea is just characters, weapons, enemies, arenas, then just do a request for characters, weapons, enemies, and or arenas, and save yourself the leaderboard. That's what I was saying earlier. Because that has happened. People have absolutely done custom challenges and not really done anything particularly custom about them. Like, well, don't throw it away. Also, please don't run away, enemies.
Shield gone.
Just 3 hostiles remaining.
One lonely target.
Nice job, Apex. Keep it going.
Just like the old days.
Now, if I were really clever, I would have secretly attempted to do the score stream challenge in this match without telling, but I did not make a deliberate point of doing that, and I definitely did just at least briefly have a moment in which I did not have anything popping up, and I'm sure it happened earlier as well, so no, I was not quick thinking enough to do it. Also, I should definitely be contributing toward this hack. Where
Who
is it?
needs shields anyway?
In there, okay. We'll be with you in one moment. Oh, well, I mean, you can absolutely make that request. I mean, I was giving you a little bit of sass when I was saying, I'll pass on this. If you made the request, I would do it.
Who needs shields anyway?
So this is not good. Let's get out of here, because this is too many enemies, and we're not going to be able to kill them quickly enough while we're cloaked. Unfortunately, we might lose a lot of progress along the way, but those berserkers and hydras just aren't going to play nice. Unless we get them out of there.
They've got a hydra.
Which we kind of have now, a little bit. Might have wanted to have been a little more patient with that, but... That's something you and your brother... You're kidding? Okay. No worries. Well, we at least... I mean, it's still... We're relatively new to doing challenges and custom requests for Andromeda. Excuse me. For Andromeda, but we've been doing it for a long time for Mass Effect 3, and we have certainly done some very crazy, very suboptimal challenges for Mass Effect 3. So, it's not as if I am opposed to doing those.
Data's received.
Who needs shields anyway?
Though I will say, if you're gonna make a difficult custom challenge, you know, at least make it interesting, right? It's one of the most common ones is just, haha, I'm gonna give you all the starting weapons. Like, okay, well, yes, you could do that. Yes, they are weaker, but you are the 10th person to make this request. Can you come up with something a little more unique?
Got a hydra.
And also some of the starting weapons, at least in Mass Effect 3, are still not bad. At least one.
Good. Stay sharp.
Good game. Good game.
Right, and typically the more teammates you have who are on Discord and can coordinate with you, the more fun the challenges are. You can do more interesting things when you have more people who are in on the challenge.
Squad member down.
Oh, I got you. Oh, we got a fourth as well.
Thank you.
That was coming from behind me? Where the heck is that? You sneaky little sharpshooter. Look at how well hidden that guy is. That's actually pretty insane. Now he's gonna stomp me too, right? Thank you. I swear there was an enemy over there. I didn't just decide to run away. Wait, there he is. Who's this guy? Who's this guy? Yeah, and I quite literally have a sheet of paper with nothing but challenge names written all over it from having done this for multiple years for Mass Effect 3. So lots of Mass Effect 3 challenges, many of which I imagine could be usable in Mass Effect Andromeda, maybe with some adjustments here or there. But I bet a fair number of them could be doable. And then, you know, there are a few that were Andromeda specific, like the score stream one was, might have been the first one that I thought of for Andromeda specifically.
Find and recover that data.
Not sure if, uh-oh. Okay, this person might be about to sabotage the hack, because they are currently sabotaging the hack. They have successfully sabotaged the hack.
Let's get out of here.
So yeah, we actually have a huge list of challenges we could potentially try to turn into Andromeda challenges, in addition to a couple that are Andromeda specific. No, that's not what I meant to do. Also, I'm probably gonna need to use ammo packs here. I don't really think that's avoidable right now. Not with this supremely sus behavior. Now, we made it work.
Okay. You got the
It wasn't too bad. Of course, when there weren't enemies there, we had lots of people in the hack, so it did go a little bit faster in that way. Get this one? Oh no.
3 more to go.
only 2 hydras left.
Oh, there's a sharpshooter too.
Oh, there's a sharpshooter over
All enemies clear. Keep it up.
Level 1 Artificer with 21 points in Invasion. Level 1
incoming.
Jug with 21 points in Snap Freeze. Level 1 Human Soldier with 21 points in Grenade. Spec for Armor. Level 1 Krogan Gladiator with points in Annihilation Field. Spec for Shield Restoration for Allies on Platinum. Match against Outlaw Derelict Basement. I had enough time to read it, not enough time to really process that. Other than it was some level 1 characters maxing out with just their, what by most accounts would be best skill, or at least skill with the most potential synergies. I'm about to go down as well.
Squad member down.
Had any move dead? I hope so. Oh.
Teammate injured.
Snap, freeze,
Next
plus
one's on
grenades
me.
could destroy enemies. Whoa!
Need shields anyway.
Dear. Yeah, I'm out of there. Annihilation field will restore shields to allies, plus provide detonations. Invasion will further weaken enemies. Yeah, the first thing that came to mind was, is it the snap? Does snap freeze work with invasion to make the crazy explosions? Crazy cryo explosions? Or is that cryoblast? That's cryoblast, right? Or is it both of them?
All enemies clear. Keep it up.
Good game.
Enemies triangulating our nearest outpost. Find their sensor arrays and get them broken.
They've got a Hydra.
One device down.
Alright, I can take this one.
One problem gone. Hang in there,
Oh,
Apex.
thank God.
I'm reading a flat line.
Here I come.
Oh, oops.
All enemy devices shut down.
That's
Good job.
who did that. Okay. Now it makes sense.
They've got a Hydra. Oops. Shields down.
Please stop mailing. Thank you.
I'm reading a flat line.
Eventually, what they're saying it. There we go.
Go get him. Reload. We're tracking reinforcements.
Just like the old days.
Shuttle incoming. Get to the extraction zone.
Yeah, there are definitely... I feel like, in general, when it comes to Andromeda matches, I've placed far less of an emphasis on trying to use characters and gear and what have you that synergizes with what teammates are using. I think part of that is just that, in general, when playing Andromeda, I tend to be playing more with random pugs, or, you know, if we do have people hanging out in Discord, it's just, you know, one other person more often than not. Whereas for Mass Effect 3, we much more often have a full team together, so it's just easier to do that type of coordination. But that's not necessarily because there's less potential in Andromeda to come up with synergistic combinations and setups for teams. It's more just circumstance. So I feel like that is a little bit untapped, that potential in Andromeda. Uh-oh. Or at least under-tapped, if you know what I mean. So even if you have characters and skills that theoretically combine with your teammates' stuff, it's one thing for you to have those things, it's another thing to actually coordinate with teammates and acknowledge and prepare for that to be a point of emphasis. This person's in an absolutely atrocious spot. And then my character says doing it right.
All targets down, everyone standing. Rings are on me.
They've got a Hydra!
Right. Especially if you have specific ways you're trying to prime and detonate, then it really not only requires that you have, in theory, the right setups for it, it requires that you actually can coordinate to a certain extent beyond just that. And that is, even with coordination with your team, sometimes much easier said than done. Alright, tell you what, it is getting fairly late. I might even call that my last one of the night.
Okay. Yeah, it's getting late. True.
I think now we still have some credits, we can open up some packs, but I think at least in terms of actual matches, I think it's probably best for me if we wrap up there for tonight. But thanks for stopping by, Makov. Good to have you. GG's.
It was fun. GG's. Thank you for hosting, and see you later.
Catch you later.
Bye.
Bye. All right. So, let's see. I'll just take a quick look at the strike teams, because, yeah, we do have a few more of those we can set up before we forget. Let's do that. I'll say GG's to this guy too, because this is someone who, as we were saying before, at times waited very patiently for us when we were just hanging out in the lobby, discussing sometimes even things completely unrelated to Mass Effect. And, well, they were led to believe we spent that entire time discussing how to set up a challenge. We'll just choose to believe that they thought the challenge was that complicated. But, okay. we do have some monies, some credits. The mission funds, yes, but we're gonna save those because theoretically next week we should be able to breach the 10,000 mission funds threshold, which is kind of what we're trying to attain here, since I mean it is ultra rare weapon today, so it would be a good day to do that. But no, we're getting to 10k. That's the plan. We can do one of these jumbo packs, and then should be able to do a normal premium pack after this. It's not a ton of credits to work with here, but Roserad is a very good weapon, and it has started to lag behind a bit, so I am pleased to see that show up here. Whoa, okay, and Eagle, and Kishok. Okay, it might only be one jumbo pack, but that's 3 ultra rare weapons. So some pretty serious bang for our buck here. Is the Kishok my favorite ultra rare? No, but it is an ultra rare. And the Eagle is not bad either. Roserad, though, I think is really the big addition there. At least the upgrade for it. Now we should be able to afford one more of these. Yeah, I agree. Oh, alright, well, there's some more Kishok for you. So base Kishok is now maxed out. And I know I've had some harsh words for the Kishok in the past, but I did spend some time in between streams several weeks back at this point to at least use this weapon enough to get the challenge for it. And one thing is for sure, it may be frustrating to use the charge up weapons, but this thing does hit like an absolute truck. So to get it up to rank 10 obviously means it has even more damage than it did back when I was testing it out, because we got at least 2 ranks since then. We got 2 ranks today. Might have even gotten one at the beginning of the stream today, I don't remember. Have to look back to see. But we can, technically we could get a reserves pack as well, so sure, why not? It's possible we might get another ultra rare from this, certainly not guaranteed. No, and we won't, but fair enough. I mean, as we were saying, not a ton of credits to work with there, but pretty amazing value from that jumbo ultra rare. Or jumbo premium pack, at least. 3 ultra rares from that, and then also premium from... now I'm just, you can tell it's late. Now I'm jumbling all the jargon. We got 4 ultra rares total from the jumbo pack and a normal pack. And that's not bad. That's not bad. Yeah, like I am curious at this point. We were looking at the damage numbers on the Black Widow, but the Kishok is way higher than that. So this is... Okay, so unmodded Black Widow, about 1.1 thousand, whereas Kishok, unmodded, is basically twice that. What I am curious about is when it comes to the charger weapons like the Kishok and like the Lynat that we used a little more recently, the numbers that we see listed here for the damage, is that reflective of an uncharged shot? Or is that reflective of a fully charged shot? So like, when it comes to comparing the Black Widow to... When it comes to comparing the Black Widow to the Kishok, wherever it went, there it is. You know, is the Kishok actually capable of dealing, yeah, more than this if you charge it up? Yeah, and you can also get some, right, and this is unmodded Kishok, so throw on some other mods for this. Put it on a character who has a bunch of weapons damage, and the damage, no question, can totally add up. But the question with the Kishok was never the damage. The question was always the finicky nature of the charge up weapons that love to stop charging your shot without ever really making it clear that it no longer has a charged shot, which very often leads to trying to shoot enemies who are right in front of you, only to realize you don't have anything to shoot them with. Yeah, like when I was doing those matches in between streams and using the Kishok for the challenge, I can't remember what difficulty it was on, but I was doing charge shots on destroyers as they were charging up their big center cannon, and even when they still had shields, this must have been bronze, but basically full health destroyer, as long as you shot it when it was charging up its main cannon, you could one-shot them, which is pretty crazy for a boss. I think that was bronze. I mean, if that was anything higher than bronze, then that is actually insane. But point being, yes, the damage on the Kishok is pretty crazy. So, and I don't think this was during Go for the Eyes, so I think this must have been just a normal bronze. But yeah, if you do it for Go for the Eyes, then I don't know what difficulty you could go up to and still one-shot bosses if you hit them in the weak point, but saying a Batarian Scrapper Kishok on Platinum was able to one-shot with a charged Kishok if it was hitting the weak point during Go for the Eyes. I mean, that's, yeah, 3,000 times 200% is a pretty crazy amount of damage. So, theoretically, that is an option. That is always an option now. Fully upgraded, at least the base version is. But, you know, may not surprise you to hear me say that I still don't think we're going to find ourselves using that very often. But, that's just me. Not the biggest fan of sniper rifles, nor charge-up weapons. So combine those two things together, and Kishok, at least in Andromeda, not my style. Not my kind of thing. But hey, we have plenty of other stuff. We tried out some other new weapons today, like the Outlaw Sniper Rifle of the rare variety. Vanquisher. I was pleasantly surprised with that. That was not bad. So, you know, we'll take that instead of the Kishok. Yeah, I actually, we were doing it for a bronze solo because it was the daily, so we just decided, we'll test that out. But I was pleasantly surprised. I mean, again, hard to get a good feel for the damage on bronze because it's bronze. But we were one-shotting basic enemies. Not that that means all that much, but it is nice when you have multiple shots per magazine. With a sniper rifle, you can hit multiple enemies and kill multiple enemies before you have to reload. So that's convenient. And then decent enough damage that when it came to the sort of mid-tier enemies, we did it against Ket. So take the Anointeds or the Cloak enemies, who I always forget the name of, and if you hit them in the head, you're still one-shotting there. So that was nice, because it was at least possible to one-shot them. If we didn't hit them in the head, then it did take 2 or 3 shots, but they have huge heads for the most part, so it was not out of the question we could still one-shot those guys. The Ascendants, we one-shot the Bubble, and then if we hit in the head, it took like 2 shots to take them out, although we weren't always the most accurate with the Ascendants or had other people rushing us down, so we didn't have the time to line up the headshots. And then the Fiends, we never really made that much of a point of targeting specifically the heads for those. So those were probably the ones that took the longest to take down, but the damage was decent, even for the bosses. It was more than enough for, or it was just enough really, for both the common and the sort of mid-level enemies. And then having the multiple shots is useful. So we were comparing it to a weaker version of the Black Widow, basically. Because very similar style, just doesn't hit as hard. You Fiend, does the head itself work, or only the open mouth in the belly area? Yeah, I think I was looking up the Fiends on the Mass Effect Andromeda wiki a ways back, and I saw it mention a whole bunch of weak areas for the Fiend, and I was thinking to myself, what? That's the weak area for the Fiend? I just assumed it was always the head. Because like the belly area, I never make a deliberate point of shooting for that, but probably means I have accidentally gotten a bunch of weak point hits on Fiends in the past without even knowing it. So I guess that's a nice little bonus.